Can you hear? Can you hear? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Testing. Testing. No. It's a little delayed. It's a little delayed. Okay. Okay. It's a little delayed. Testing. Yeah. So it's 30 seconds delay. There's about a 30-second delay. Is this one yours? Yeah. I'm not yours at all. No, this one's mine. Oh, okay. Good. What's on?
All right, everybody. We're in our third day of hearing. I'm not going to say much, just, you've been very good at escape things. You got more quiet in the last few minutes, and we were getting church from churches. Give us a story. But as you know, where we left off was the district concluded its case in chief. At this point in time, it's going to be turned over to Mr. Pappas, his counsel. Their case in chief, and if you recall, had reserved the right for an opening statement prior to documenting her case in chief and calling various witnesses. So I'm relying on this regard for the clock, say what time we're going, and we will do our very best. We can never guarantee, based on the length of the witness testimony, whether we will get through all the witnesses this evening. We have another date scheduled. We'll cross that bridge as we get closer to the end of the meeting. Any other housekeeping words besides your request to admit your exhibits?
Yeah, in addition to reading some questions. We need to watch shareholders.
That was the standing. I assume your questions are some questions somewhere in the open. Yes. Okay. All right. So in regard to the request to enter the evidence, Attorney Baldwin's exhibits, any challenges or questions in that regard to these exhibits?
No, not this time.
All right. So if you're preferring the minutes, we work with the no file. Please, by all means, you're here, please stay.
Thank you, Mr. Beard. Good evening, everyone. Mr. Pappas is here challenging his demotion from school principal to teacher. You should also be aware that the period of review, where the administration also edited his evaluation, the period of review which ended in June of 2025, to reflect a 0 versus 0 or failing score in professional and community development. Despite this, Mr. Pappas still had an overall proficient evaluation for the 24-25 year. On the topic of community, I want to extend a hearty thank you for your attendance and attention last week for the 2 long days of hearing, as well as for your attention and attendance tonight. You are sacrificing time away from your family, your homes, leaving your work in order to be here. Your commitment is not going unnoticed. As you know, the goal was to have the entirety of this matter wrapped in about 2 weeks. Mr. Pappas takes your time seriously, and in that vein, offer 9 days of availability starting tomorrow through February 13th. There is no desire to exercise more resources by the district or by Mr. Pappas than absolutely necessary. In that vein, we will be moving with alacrity through our witnesses tonight. You will hear from Mr. Pappas last. It is my goal to have him before you this evening. That may not happen. I am disappointed on your behalf that this hearing might not be continued until February 16th, despite our availability to continue the hearing before that. All witnesses tonight are members of your district's community. All witnesses have 3 unifying factors. First, they were eyewitnesses to the allegations contained in the charges presented to you. Second, each witness can speak directly to Mr. Pappas's professionalism and engagement in community development. And finally, and perhaps most impressively, none of these witnesses were approached by the administration before charges were presented to you. The administration is counting on you to rubber stamp their decision. You will note who didn't testify on behalf of the district. The HR director, who was certainly present and involved in some of the decision making. You will hear tonight that Mr. Pappas is a vocal advocate for students, their families, and for faculty, and teachers and faculty alike. He is exactly who you want to be, a leader in this school district. Instead, you have an assistant superintendent who appeared annoyed because Mr. Pappas brought an issue of a quarter of the elementary school's books being ripped from the shelves without his prior knowledge. You have a superintendent who has berated him for failing to follow the chain of command, despite him having followed the chain of command in this exact issue that annoyed the assistant superintendent. You have a principal who testified and admitted to the fact that she had used vulgar language in meetings, and that Mr. Pappas has not. You also had a witness who testified that it was inappropriate for Mr. Pappas to ask questions. It is our hope and expectation that you will continue your honorable duty to hear all of the testimony and listen to all of the evidence presented here tonight, and eventually find that Mr. Pappas's demotion was arbitrary and capricious, and that Mr. Pappas must be placed back in the position as a school district leader, a principal of Southern Elementary. Thank you. And with that, I would like to call our first witness.
By all means,
We're going to call Ms. Peyton Henderson, and we'll also hand out our exhibit forms.
I'll just ask Steve on first, and I'll see for sure if I swear all that.
I think you're ready. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and the truth? You did. Turn the mic on.
Ms. Henderson, could you read the microphone a little bit this time?
Yes.
Never here? Okay. We're going to continue? Ms. Henderson, what is your position in the school district?
I am a kindergarten teacher at Sunnyview Elementary.
How long have you been at Sunnyview Elementary?
Just this school year.
Ms. Henderson, are you here pursuant to a subpoena?
Yes.
All right, I would like you to open the binder in front of you. Can you turn to page 26? Is that the subpoena that brings you here this evening?
Yes, it is.
Right. And Ms. Henderson, do you understand that you are compelled to be here to testify and no one shall retaliate against you for your honest testimony here tonight?
Yes, I do.
How do you know Mr. Pappas?
He was my principal when I attended Waynesboro Area Senior High School, and he was my principal when I was hired as a new teacher at Sunnyview.
I want to take you to August 6th, 2025. Were you in attendance at a new teacher luncheon on August 6th, 2025?
Yes, I was.
And what is the new teacher luncheon?
It was a get-together of all of the new teachers as part of our induction days. As a further opportunity to meet everyone and just get to know everybody.
Were you at the time considered a new teacher?
Yes,
Were you assigned seats at this luncheon?
yes, we were assigned to the table.
And who did you sit with at your table?
Mr. Steve Pappas, Lindsay Salmon, Katie Cook, Sarah Rushlow, and Jen Smith.
How long did the lunch last? Approximately.
Maybe half an hour, 45 minutes.
Do you recall a presentation being made during that luncheon by the WAEA?
Yes, I do.
Do you have any recollection of Mr. Pappas discussing the WAEA at the luncheon?
I remember he reiterated that we have the choice to join the union.
Do you have any recollection of Jennifer Smith discussing the WAEA at the luncheon?
She may have made a comment. I do not recall exactly what was said.
Do you recall Mr. Pappas ever advising you or any other teacher not to join WADA?
No.
Do you plan on joining WADA?
I do.
Do you recall Mr. Pappas engaging in an argument with any WADA representatives?
No.
Do you recall Mr. Pappas derogating WADA in any way in your presence?
No.
Do you have any awareness of whether Mr. Pappas is anti-union?
No.
Has Mr. Pappas ever advised you against joining the union outside of the luncheon?
No.
Did anyone from the district ask you about your attendance at the luncheon?
No.
Did anyone in the district ask you about any comments Mr. Pappas made about the union?
No.
As a teacher at Summerview Elementary, what are your thoughts on Mr. Pappas as principal?
I loved having him as a principal. He was always very supportive of not only his students, but his teachers and his families. I always felt very supportive and grateful to have him as my principal.
Can you give any examples?
It was within the first week of school, and walking to the office, that I was having some difficulties with my behavior, and he was in my classroom within 10 minutes.
As a teacher, do you find Mr. Pappas to be professional?
Yes.
Any further questions?
Hard to go for us.
This, this is your first job as a teacher.
Yes.
When did you graduate at college?
125.
And have you worked in any other school district in the past?
No.
Are you certified as a in school district?
No.
Have you ever did any training in the area of human resources for school district administration?
No.
How many days did you serve on Mr. Pappas?
I do not have an exact number for you from when I was hired, from when I went through induction in August up until the time he was probably.
So you basically served under for approximately.
If that is what the date for it, then yes.
Would be perfect.
Any redirect?
No, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Years ago, I don't know. You very good over here. You want to just have a thought like the name of the difference is why.
You said Arthur, the testimony around the individual, little truth, and the partnership.
Yes.
All right, Ms. Garoppolo. What is your title of the school district?
I'm a kindergarten teacher.
And how long have you been with Waynesboro School District?
I'm in my 12th year of teaching.
Prior to teaching at Waynesboro School District, did you teach elsewhere?
No.
Are you here pursuant to a subpoena?
Yes.
Can I direct your attention to that line in front of you in terms of key 27? Is this subpoena what brought you here today?
Yes.
And do you understand that you were being compelled to testify and that no one shall retaliate against you for your honest testimony here tonight?
Yes.
I'm gonna take you to August 6th of 2025. Well, actually, before that, how do you know Mr. Pappas?
Mr. Pappas is my principal at Summerview Elementary School, my administrator,
And how long has he been your principal at Summerview?
for 5 years.
Did you know him prior to becoming principal at Summerview?
No, I didn't. I knew who he was, but I did not know him.
Were you present at a new teacher luncheon on August 6th of 2025?
Yes.
Can you briefly explain what the purpose of that new teacher luncheon is?
My understanding of the business is just to welcome our new teachers to the district and kind of a more or less formal way of kind of celebrating their employment with the district and getting together just during the lunch.
Why were you at the new teacher luncheon?
I was there because I'm a mentor to Peyton Henderson, the new teacher at Summerview.
During the luncheon, where were you seated?
I was seated, it was in the Waynesboro High School cafeteria. I was seated at a table, a round table cafeteria.
And who was with you at the table?
It was me, Peyton Henderson, Katie Cook, Lindsay Salmon, Jen Smith, and Mr. Pappas.
During the luncheon, do you recall a presentation being made by the WAEA?
Yes, I believe his name is Luke Leidy, from what I remember. He gave a presentation as one of the representatives.
Do you recall how long that presentation was?
I'm guessing 15 minutes. I don't think it was too long.
Did Mr. Pappas advise any of the new teachers against joining WAEA before the presentation?
No,
Did he advise any of the new teachers against joining WAEA during the presentation?
no,
Did he advise any of the new teachers against joining WAEA after the presentation?
no,
Did Mr. Pappas make any comments regarding WAEA?
I cannot recall his exact words, so I'm not going to attempt to at all. But there was discussion at the table that I recall from that day, and I remember, without quoting him in any way, him giving some type of comment that you have a choice whether you join the union or not, and I interpreted that comment to be to the student teachers that were sitting at the table. Not really myself in any way. I just wrote the comment because I was sitting there.
Did he advise the new teachers against joining the union?
No,
Do you have any reason to believe that Mr. Pappas is anti-union?
not at all.
Do you recall Mr. Pappas engaging in any argument with the WAEA representative at the luncheon?
No,
Do you remember Mr. Pappas engaging in an argument with anybody concerning the union at the luncheon?
there was no argument at the table.
Do you recall Mr. Pappas derogating WAEA in any way at the luncheon?
No,
Did any district administrator ask you any questions about the August 6, 2025 luncheon?
no,
Did any district administrator ask you any questions concerning Mr. Pappas' beliefs on the union?
no.
As a teacher, what are your thoughts on Mr. Pappas as a principal of Summerview Elementary?
My thoughts on Mr. Pappas as a principal, my duties as my principal, as a teacher, and also more importantly to me is the principal of my 2 children. Anyone in this room who knows me knows that people is my favorite thing in the whole world, and I couldn't handpick a principal for my 2 children. Hopefully, my third that will come in a couple of years. The second thing I love the very most is being a teacher. I have 0 desire to ever leave kindergarten after teaching for 12 years, and I can easily say that if the board chooses, you choose to reinstate Mr. Pappas, I'm most excited for our Summerview students. They deserve to have him back, and he deserves to be their leader. He has proven that he does a good job, and I'm just really happy to have him as my administrator as well as the principal to my children.
Thank you, Ms. Garofalo. No further questions.
Cross, if any.
Are you certified as a school administrator?
No,
They had any training in the area of resources or still?
No.
Nothing further, thank you.
You're welcome.
When you're, individual taking your down and figure out the next purchase to be made work, which is, you know, it is. Evening, Mike is on, stenographer, role with the SQ. You know, expert.
You swear or affirm your testimony about the truth, the whole truth, and so on.
Ms. McDonald, good evening. What is your current title?
I'm a business manager at our church.
Okay. And in August of 2025, what was your title?
I was a paraeducator at Sunville
And how long were you a para-educator at something?
since 2019.
And what does that mean to be a para-educator?
We are basically like a teacher's assistant, so we help out. My job was mainly as library assistant. So I spent most of my time in the library, helping out the library. Also did small groups, I helped in the office.
And how long were you a para-educator, a library assistant with Sunview?
6 years.
Did you retire as a library assistant?
I didn't retire as a journalist.
Okay. And approximately when did you switch jobs?
In August.
Are you familiar with the term reading?
Yes.
What is reading?
It's when the librarian goes through and picks out books that are either no longer, like they're not being circulated much, or they just, when they go through and they pull out full books.
Had some of you undertaken a reading in the past as you had been a library assistant?
Every year.
And what was the process for going through reading?
She would go through and go through all books. She would look at circulation. She knew most of what was popular, what wasn't popular. Obviously, it was popular. Kept it. And she spent, you know, usually it was over a couple of months going through and just every section, going through all of those.
And who's the she that you're referring to?
This is never.
Who was Mrs. Snowberger?
Library.
How long was she, if you're aware, how long was she the librarian?
Before me.
Was she the librarian in August of 2025?
No.
I want to direct your attention to the exhibit line from P31. All right, now let's think on one. We're going to take a minute and look through these pages. I'm going to ask you a few questions, so let's continue. Okay. Do you recognize the document?
Yes.
And what is this document?
These are texts between Mrs. Snowberger and myself.
Okay, at the very top, we'll just use the first page in exhibit P31. It says Stacy SNO. Is that Stacy Snowberger?
Correct.
Okay. And in these text messages, we see blue messages back and forth. Are Mrs. Snowberger's messages on the left-hand side
Correct.
And then your responses are on the right-hand side, is that right?
Correct.
I want to start with the text message on Friday, August 8th, sent to you at 7:14 p.m. And again, at this point, to be clear, Ms. Snowberger was no longer the librarian at Sunnyview Elementary, is that right?
Correct. She had retired.
And is it typical for you and Ms. Snowberger to text back and forth?
Yes.
In this first message, Ms. Snowberger texts you saying, between us only, just so you know what's going on, what is going on. Jen texted this to me, then my response. And Ms. Snowberger continued to write, so much for Steve not micromanaging. He is pissed that we weeded the library and he wants my head. We weeded 3 comma-ish books. Do you see that?
Correct.
What does the 3 comma-ish books mean to you?
3,000 books.
She then wrote, this is again what Ms. Snowberger copied from a text from Jen, or Ms. Smith. Would you happen to know the names of the preschool teachers?
Correct.
Continuing on to page 2. Is it your understanding that this text is Ms. Snowberger's response to Ms. Smith?
I believe this was her talking to me.
Okay. In the middle of this text, she writes, I pushed about 75 to 100 books each year. Do you see that?
Yes.
Does that sound true to you? That approximately 75 to 100 books are reading year over year?
At least, yes.
I direct your attention to the 3rd page. And you type 3,000 books, question mark, question mark, question mark, exclamation point 4 times. Why did you respond that way?
Because that's about 25% of our books.
Did that surprise you?
Oh, yes.
Were you concerned about that?
Yes.
Why were you concerned?
Because Mrs. Snowberger had just gone through in the spring and weeded out a bunch of them. And I felt like they're going to go through our library that they don't even know what our kids like, and not have, we don't have any say in it. What 3,000 books are they? Well, we didn't have 3,000 books to read.
Were you aware that Ms. Smith was overseeing the weeding process at some of you?
Not until Mrs. Snowberger told me.
To your knowledge, are library books purchased using taxpayer dollars?
Yes.
I'm going to direct your attention down a little bit further on page 3, where you wrote, not to make it seem like you have a big head, but shouldn't they let me have input? I know better than either of them what books are about or school. Who is the they that you were referring to?
Those who weeded our library, so Ms. Smith and whoever else faltered.
And then you write, wow, 3 W's. No words. Why did you write that?
I was in complete shock. Like, I couldn't imagine. I mean, that's 25% of our inventory. We had just done inventory at the end of the school year. And so we're interviewed quite a few of them, and I just couldn't figure out what books would have made up those 3,000. And what books our kids were going to have to check out.
Is it important to have an understanding of what kind of books students prefer in the library?
Yes.
Especially when going through this reading process.
Yes, for sure.
And you would have been aware of that.
Yes. Many of the books that they've been more very popular books. In good condition. Lots of brand new books, actually.
All right, I want to direct your attention to page 9 of Exhibit 31. Okay, all right, I think here we wrote your president research, well, there's two images. What does that mean? What are president research books?
That goes with another picture. Okay, so president research books are books that the fifth graders, when they do their projects, they need books to research. And so this number had full stats that they could use, because they each have a different president, and they needed set sources. So that's the presidential research is.
Is there a reason why you shared these images to this number?
Yes, well, the ones on the left, the Michelle Silverstein, we can't keep those on the shelf. Like, those are constantly out. So I was just in shock that those they were just gone. And then on the other picture, on the left is are the president research books, which, you know, even though number says something about, can't read it from here, but to delete and discard. And then the other ones, like Never Let, you know, More Scribble and Pout Fish, these are all extremely popular books. That whole pile are very popular, and they were all discarded. And they're in good condition.
I direct your attention to page 10, the next page. You wrote in here, Steve said the two of them are deciding what to do with all the books. There's a frowny face, or an angry face. So I'm quickly pulling ones I know need to get back on the shelves before they offer them to everybody. Who is the two of them that you are referring to?
Mrs. Smith and Mrs. Anna.
And then at the bottom of this exchange, right, Diane has cut Steve from any of that. Correct? What did you mean by that?
That he was not the decision making.
Your attention to page 11. The very top, we have a response from Ms. Snowberger. So a person who is not a librarian, who doesn't know our kids, and a person who doesn't know our kids is making this decision. This whole thing is a joke. Who is the person who is not a librarian who is making the decision, if you know?
I believe.
Objection, calls for speculation.
If you know, you can answer.
I believe she's talking about.
Objection, calls for speculation.
He all the rules, so I started to respond.
So do you know or not? If you don't, that's wrong.
I don't know for sure.
And who is the person who doesn't know our kids? Reference here, you know.
Mrs. Smith.
Did Mr. Pappas ever meet with you about the meeting process?
Yes.
Do you recall when?
August 12th.
What do you recall from that meeting?
He sat down with Mrs. Salmon and I and discussed what was going on, and how we could possibly make the situation better, what our options were. Because there were 3,000 books scattered about the library that had been discarded.
Do you recall any discussion related to fall letter?
Yes.
And what do you recall of that discussion?
I believe I actually brought up, you know, hey, you know, is there any way to go back to the inventory we had at the end of last year? And that we were still back in the system. And so the three of us talked about it and agreed that maybe in the best interest we need to just contact them and ask, follow up, you know, what are our options? What can we do?
I'm going to direct your attention to Exhibit K8 in that binder. It's on the front.
Okay.
I'm sorry, test keys. Mr. McDonald, do you recognize the document?
Yes.
What is it?
A letter I wrote explaining what really happened in August 12th.
At the bottom of this page, is that your signature?
Yes,
Why did you write this letter?
because I was there and I know what really happened, and what Mr. Pappas is being accused of is wrong. He followed everything he was supposed to when I read the charges against him. And I read the one that states that on or around August 12th, 2025, without opposition to government cabinet or the IT department, you were instructed to talk to librarians first, which you refused or failed to do. And that is not true, because he not put Mrs. Stanley on him.
In the first line of this letter, there is an error, I believe, correct? Can you point to where the error is and make a correction?
Yes, I read August 1999 instead of August 2019.
All right, so you had some of you elementary assistant, library assistant from August 2019 until 2025, is that right? Okay. As a paraeducator, what are your thoughts, Mr. Pappas' principal?
I thought he was very fair, friendly. The kids loved him, the staff loved him, the parents loved him. He was so easy to work with. You know, you could approach him about anything. He was working well.
No further questions, thank you.
This was not. Look at the letter that's dated March 15. When did you draft this letter?
Earlier this month.
Did someone ask you to write this letter?
I offered to write this letter
Someone asked you to write this letter?
after a previous
Who?
Mr. Pappas.
What prompted you to write it in January? I'll continue the question, as opposed to maybe, November when the charges were issued, or December, or did it become suggested?
I no longer work at the school, and I wasn't really up to date on what was going on until January.
Who came up with the idea to call fall letters?
I believe my suggestion that we could ask them if they could maybe go back to the last year's inventory.
And it mentions in your letter, it mentions that your understanding was that Mr. Pappas was instructed to talk to librarians first, and he did so by speaking with him in consent. So what you testified to earlier.
Correct.
You're not a librarian, are
No, Mrs. Sanders,
you? You said it was the first year librarian.
but she's still like, okay.
Objection, argument. You don't
Actually,
need to argue with the witness.
I'm asking questions.
I'll go ahead and respond to the question. Are you black verification? This is the question. And just.
No, not.
In the same, it was in her first year, literally in her first weeks of the employment, correct?
Correct.
You know Ms. Smith, Mary Smith?
Only via email.
Do you know how much she's been employed by the school district?
I do not.
Do you know what position she's employed by the school district?
She's a librarian.
And to your knowledge, did Mr. Pappas consult with her as a director?
I do not know.
Ms. Snowberger is no longer employed by the district either, correct?
Correct.
Could you turn back to, I believe it was, did 31? They're kept back and forth, starting with the first meeting from supposed to be August 14th p.m. Right?
Correct.
Do you know about this discussion between yourself and Mr. Snowberger?
I believe Mrs. Smith reached out To Mrs. Number.
Ms. Silver reached out to you.
Correct.
Did you ask her any question that prompted her conversation, or did she just send you an unsolicited text message?
I don't remember.
No. Okay, the first page will be from this number, right?
Correct.
And so, if I'm not mistaken, the quotation, because it's a part that's discussed on the first page is Ms. Snowberger's comments allegedly, correct?
Correct.
And the same with the second page, as Ms. Snowberger's comments.
Correct.
And the first are the lighter shade of blue and the remainder of the text message.
Yes.
Is this Snowberger going to be testifying in the next knowledge?
No.
Based upon that, I'm going to object to the documentation of her comments as hearsay. Just being offered.
Do you have any institutional comments? So, this is Snowberger.
We do not, but these messages were sent between Ms. Snowberger and Ms. McDonald, and certainly they can be presented to the board and given the weight that they are due, which is the permission has been granted the administration for the last 2 months hearing.
As far as these communications, and I'm understood as myself, they use selective snapshots that were presented, not just try to find out, at the end of the day, in all fairness, one of the times more historically unreliable hearsay than, direct testimony.
These are screenshots of messages provided by Ms. McDonald.
I'll allow them, we'll give it weight to them, but I will eventually, in our deliberations, caution them about our agent of text messages.
In terms of the text messaging, is this one consecutive string from the first page to the last, or are there edits? In other words, the cards to take in. So you're not.
This is continuous.
So it literally is your communication with Ms. Hamburger from the first conversation on the first page to the last page. There's nothing in it.
Not in regards to the library, no.
I didn't ask that.
We talked about other things.
Okay, so you excluded those other things.
Yeah.
So we should just take your word for it. You didn't have anything else.
Objection, argumentative.
I think it's fair game to the fact. Correct. It goes to credibility as well. I mean, if you get a string of emails and you don't put out there, these were selectively pulled out and you present it. It's a Snowberger is here, but I understand the ability for the board to absorb and take it in. But it's fair game as to what other discussions they have ensued, what was related to the charges.
I can show you my phone.
Did you have any conversation with Ms. Smith related to the moving process?
Yes.
When was that?
I can't remember this one, but I think it was. I emailed her when I couldn't find anything in the library.
Were you present when Ms. Smith testified?
No, we were secluded.
How well do you know Ms. Smith?
I don't know.
And would you consider yourself, well, tell me what you believe your relationship is, Mr. Pappas. How would you characterize?
He was the principal at our school. He's my boss.
Do you have any interaction with him outside of the school?
I know.
Was the last time you spoke with Mr. Pappas?
I believe after the last hearing,
What, if anything, did you discuss?
he just thanked us
For what?
for coming to the hearing.
Also,
No,
what else did you discuss with Mr. Pappas?
just back to
What else?
I'm good on the list. See, the one we import, we had discussions about sequesters for people who are here testimony on people. And we have an ongoing issue with it, if there's break in time, witnesses can't talk to counsel. And then the spirit brigade, that's where else.
I have not talked to him at all here in this building the entire time.
When's the last time you spoke with him?
Actually, last hearing,
Before that, I'm sorry, prior to the last time.
I can be sure.
Did you discuss your testimony with Mr. Pappas at any point?
No,
Did you discuss your testimony with Mr. Pappas as counsel, so we can be asking what you were expected to answer?
no, I don't know the answer.
Just about what you were being asked about.
Right.
At any time, did you provide any of this text messaging to school district administration?
No,
At any time, did you offer to present this information to Mr. Pappas or Mr. Pappas?
I had told him that I would, if the library had caused any problems, I'd be willing to tell them the truth as to what happened.
And how did you know what had happened with the library? How did you know?
Well, I was there.
When were you there?
In August,
And when is the meeting date? Particular what date?
according to this, before August 8th.
And so during the week that preceded August 8th, you were aware of her meeting?
No,
And when did you become aware of her meeting?
on August 8th.
Is that when you checked?
I have no idea.
Okay, so you were not in the building at that time?
I was not.
You just said you were there.
No, I was there when we discussed the library and what to do. Mr. Pappas and Mrs. Sandman.
So Mr. Pappas informed you about the meeting that I found out
No, I found out from the text.
from Ms. Silver.
Correct.
So she told you about the meeting.
Correct.
Where was she? Did she?
Oh, you had text. Jen had texted her.
And so she texted you after Jen texted her. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, and Ms. Snowberger was at that time was no longer the librarian, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so when you know when she found out about the
I do not.
and there was a question, something about Diane had cut Steve from any of this. That was at your foot or her foot?
You use reference to this penalties paid with your payment for monetary purposes, and referencing your.
There was a reference to cutting Steve down and cutting Steve out. Did you make that comment or? And what did you base that on?
Apparently, Mr. Pappas told me that he was no longer a return. He was not part of the decision.
What did Mr. Pappas tell you?
That he was not part of the decision as to which ones, what to do with the books
When did he tell you that?
before this text.
Did you ask, did you talk with Dr. McCallum about what she had said or instructed?
Nope,
So you got her to see, that was it.
he's my boss.
Okay. You said it was Dr. McCallum, right?
Sorry, so you say what you said.
Was there a question? No.
You're going to forward.
You're gonna have to repeat the question, so.
Document counties, your is for us as well.
Yes.
I just.
Just very briefly for us. Ms. McDonald, were you ever asked by the administration whether Mr. Pappas met with you concerning the access or fault?
I was not.
No further questions.
There's some pictures in here, were those pictures you present or please stop somewhere?
That I did,
What problem with your description?
because I was showing Mrs. Snower what the library looked like.
Did you show those pictures to anyone else?
No,
And it's your testimony that these pictures were taken within the time frame that you were talking over, or were you thinking about?
these were taken when I went back to school on August 12th and saw the library, what condition it was in.
In your conversation with Ms. Silver, this one.
The first one,
Oh,
obviously,
when's the last page?
August 11th.
Okay, so the last page of the text messaging is August 11th. Is that what you just said?
Correct.
You just said that that picture was taken August 12th.
Well, I don't have a calendar to look at. My first day back at school was when they were taken.
Was that before the 11th or on the 11th? Or after?
It was the first day that parents were back in. I do not know. Not looking at the calendar which day it was.
Negative. Further.
No further questions. I'll read it.
Thank you, I was just asked, a lot of discussion. Thank you, I was so that things.
You swear or affirm the testimony about the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yeah.
We'll just have to speak a little bit louder.
Good evening, Mr. Wonderall. What is your title?
Principal of Mount Elementary.
And how long have you been the principal of Mount Elementary?
This is my 4th year.
How long have you been with Waynesboro Area School District?
I believe this is my 12th year.
I'm going to direct you to exhibit P25. Remind you to attach P5.
Okay,
Are you here pursuant to a subpoena this evening?
yes,
Do you understand that you are being compelled to testify and no one should retaliate against you for your honest testimony here today?
yes,
How do you know Mr. Pappas?
Mr. Pappas hired me at the high school as an assistant principal, and he was one of Pappas for at least 6 years. And then eventually colleague, both being elementary principals.
I'm going to direct your attention to the August 6, 2025 holiday meal discussion. Were you present at a new teacher induction on August 6, 2025?
Yes.
What is new teacher induction?
That is a orientation meeting for new teachers to acclimate them to the district, our processes, our procedures, and also something that the state requires us to do.
What was your role there?
Typically, our role each year is that we review the faculty handbook with the new teachers. We typically go page to page, and different principals take turns reviewing the topics in the handbook.
Was Mr. Pappas involved in going through the topics in the handbook?
Yes.
Do you recall a discussion at new teacher induction concerning the holiday meal?
Yes.
What do you recall of that discussion?
So I remember Steve joking around about being picky, and people that know Steve know how picky of an eater he is. He joked around about that and said something along the lines of that he wouldn't touch that stuff.
Who heard him make this comment, if you know?
Everybody was there, the new teachers, and the other elementary administrators.
Did anyone else make comments about the holiday meal?
I don't recall anybody else making comments. I just recall, people laughing and kidding around about it.
Do you recall anyone laughing and kidding around about cafeteria food generally?
Can you rephrase that?
Sure. Do you recall during this discussion any other comments from someone other than Mr. Pappas concerning cafeteria food?
No.
How many people were present for this discussion on the holiday meal?
I'm not 100% sure. I want to say maybe a dozen.
Did you observe anyone's responses to Mr. Pappas's comment concerning the holiday meal?
Yes, it was very lighthearted responses, mostly laughing and smiling.
Did you respond to his comment about the holiday meal?
No.
Have you ever observed Mr. Pappas engaging with food service staff?
Yes.
What are your observations?
In my experience, Steve typically goes out of his way to talk to those people all the time and treats them very kindly. And always makes sure to build relationships with them.
Can you give specific examples?
There's a lot of examples. He doesn't like attention for it, but he often visits people if they're sick or ill. Actually, one of my support staff members just shared a story with me when she was hurt, and I don't think anyone else even knows this, but he went over to her house to mow her lawn. She just shared that with me recently.
Do you recall any discussion concerning technology services at the teacher induction?
Yes. There's a section in the handbook that talks about the process for technology emergencies. I was one of the people who actually talked about that during that section. I had reiterated that teachers are not to directly call the tech line, that they are to go through the secretary or administration to use that emergency line. And that was based on a conversation that we as elementary principals had the prior week, updating our handbook and talking to Mr. McGarrison about what he wanted in the handbook with that process.
Do you recall Mr. Pappas making any comments about the technology systems?
I do not. As far as I can recall, I was the only one talking about the technology part.
I'm going to direct your attention to the August 25th, 2025 investigatory meeting. Did you attend, an investigatory meeting on August 25th, 2025 with Mr. Pappas?
Yes.
What was your role there?
To represent Steve and to take notes for him and to support him.
Did Mr. Pappas ask you to be there?
Yes.
Would you consider your role that as an acting rep?
Yes.
Who was present for that meeting on August 25th, 2025?
Mr. Hoffman, our HR director, Diane McKinnon, our assistant superintendent, Rita Sterberheim, superintendent, myself, and Steve.
How long was the meeting approximately?
Very, I can't remember the time, but it was, more than, I want to say it was more than 2 hours.
Who asked the bulk of the questions during that meeting?
During that meeting, Dr. Stern asked all of those questions.
And if you recall, how were they asked?
I don't understand what you mean by that.
Sure. Were they asked in an accusatory fashion?
No, they seemed like, and I think there was, I don't know the exact words, but I think they said they have a series of questions to ask you. I assume that they were doing by the solicitor. I wouldn't call them accusatory, they were just questions about what happened during those events.
Were they repetitive at all?
Yes.
What do you recall of Mr. Pappas's demeanor during that meeting?
For the most part, calm.
Except for the most part, are there any things that stand out where he wasn't calm?
He never yelled or raised his voice. He was definitely frustrated when he was being asked the same questions over and over again. And I've sat with Mr. Pappas in previous meetings where we've gone through these kind of meetings before. So I think he was a bit frustrated and tired of going through some of these meetings.
When you say you sat through some of these meetings before, what meetings are you talking about?
Previous meetings where they wanted to address Steve about other concerns in the past.
Do you recall what kind of concerns they were looking to address?
I can remember like chain of command was a big concern. That's all I can remember specifically.
Do you recall whether accusations that Mr. Pappas was not following chain of command?
Yes.
Did you make any comments during the investigatory interview on August 25th, 2025?
Not many. Steve was answering all the questions except for the one I told him not to answer. There was a question about, I believe it's Mr. Hoffman asked him who do you trust. I told Steve not to answer that question because it was a trap. I thought it was a trap. And they also were not part of the allegations at that time. I think that those were kind of after the meeting.
Did Mr. Pappas respond to that question?
Yes.
And what did he say?
He said, I trust Jason.
Did he ever say he doesn't trust superintendent?
Not that I recall.
Do you recall the HR director asking about anything during the investigatory interview?
The only thing I remember is him asking Steve, who do you trust?
Do you recall him asking about previous discipline by Mr. Pappas? Or alleged against Mr. Pappas?
No, I don't remember. No.
Did Mr. Pappas ever raise his voice during this investigatory interview?
No.
Did he use profanity during this investigatory interview?
No.
In your opinion, was Mr. Pappas combative?
I think that depends on somebody's perspective. I wouldn't call it combative, but there was a time where he was asking the same question over and over again, but I wouldn't call it combative. Again, that's up to somebody's perspective.
What question was that?
He was asking Dr. Stern if she wanted him to leave the district.
Do you remember what the context of that question was?
No, because it wasn't part of the questions. That's where the questions kind of went sideways. I don't remember the context of how that came up.
Did district administration provide any documentation to Mr. Pappas during the investigatory interview?
No.
What about witness names?
No.
Do you recall Mr. Pappas asking who, quote, talked about you behind your back, end quote?
No. He asked who wrote the statement. He didn't say he talked about him behind his back. He wanted to see the evidence. Like there was no evidence presented to us.
Did you ever make a comment that Mr. Pappas is handling himself better than you would have in that meeting?
Yes, I did.
Why did you say that?
Because it was very frustrating to be asked the same questions over and over again and to spend that much time talking about can help me.
Did Mr. Pappas respond to all of the questions asked?
Except for the one that I advised him not to, yes.
Did you perceive Mr. Pappas as uncooperative during this meeting?
He answered all the questions, so I don't see that as being uncooperative.
Did you perceive Mr. Pappas's behavior as unprofessional during the interview?
No. The repeated asking of the questions, I think, is where he pushed them a little bit, where he was repeatedly asking the question.
To be clear, he was being repeatedly asked a
No,
question.
he was repeatedly asking if we don't want him to leave the district.
So that is the only question that you felt was perhaps a little bit pushy. Is that fair?
Yes, yes.
Did you perceive Mr. Pappas's behavior as disrespectful?
No,
Did you perceive Mr. Pappas's behavior as insubordinate?
no. He attended the meeting and answered all the questions.
Did any district administrator ask you to provide a witness statement concerning your presence at the August 6th new teacher induction?
No,
Did any district administrator ask you any questions about your attendance at the August 6th new teacher induction?
no,
Did any district administrator ask you to provide a witness statement concerning your presence at the August 25th investigatory interview?
no,
Did any district administrator ask you to provide any feedback on your presence at the August 25th interview?
no.
As a fellow administrator, principal, what are your thoughts of Mr. Pappas as an principal?
So, Mr. Pappas is, he's a man of integrity and strength. He always does the right thing when no one else is doing the right thing. And he's a role model. He looks out for the weak. He looks out for the needy and the helpless and the people that other people don't look out for.
Give an example of that.
I already gave one of him, somebody's mom that was hurt.
Sitting right here, is there anything that there's something you can think of? I know it's tough in the middle of all this.
Yeah, following through with discipline, with things that parents would bring to us, students would bring to us, even though it's a little newer, where that person might be well liked in the community, and doing the right thing, no matter the local political pressure that might go along with it. An example was my very first year there, where several students were drinking in the stadium. They had some prominent parents in the community, and we did the right thing and followed the right steps. And that's an example. Like, so despite the pressure, doing the right thing, even when it's tough to do those things.
I have no further questions.
Ross? How long have you been employed by the school district?
I believe 12 years.
And what capacity for
Assistant principal of high school.
how long?
I believe 6 years.
Yeah, more than that.
The year of COVID in 2020, the week before school, I was moved to the middle school till about November. And then I was moved back for about a month to the high school, and then moved back to the middle school for the rest of the school year. And then after that school year, moved to Fairview Elementary. And then I applied and got the job at Mount Elementary.
It's first.
Yes.
And how would you describe your relationship with Mr. Pappas?
He's my friend and colleague.
So would you say that you're friendly outside of school?
Yeah.
Socialize?
Yes.
Families and things together?
I think we don't really do things together, but he and I socialize.
And at the August 25th meeting that you were asked to attend with Mr. Pappas, you mentioned yesterday, either as his representative, correct?
Yes,
At that meeting, did you discuss all of these allegations that were discussed at that time, right?
can you say that again, please?
Yes. At that meeting, there was a list of issues that the district wanted to speak with them about.
Yes,
And one of those the induction meeting.
yes.
Did you offer any information for that meeting as to the induction meeting?
I don't recall, no.
So as you were sitting there, you had been present at the induction, correct?
Yes,
You didn't offer any insight or witness any issues that you were witness at that time?
the only thing I can recall saying is they had originally asked him or accused him of the technology, and I said that I was the one that said that.
But other than that, you didn't offer any correction information, correct?
Not that I can recall.
Nothing further.
Then you're gonna be down and talk to the same thing. Run under the fire, correct?
Yeah. Okay.
Just give us one.
Looks like you know, it doesn't at all.
Yeah. It should be that.
You spend more possibility you're not forgetting the critical treatment and structure.
Yes, I do.
All right, thank you, Mr. Campbell. Before we get into here, I just want to address that cell phone in front of you. Do you want to explain why that's there?
The cell phone is here because I have hearing aids. So I need that to make adjustments.
Okay, you're not checking any notes on your cell phone, is that right?
No notes.
Mr. Campbell, what was your position with Waynesboro Area School District?
For over 3 years, I was a building substitute teacher for Sunbeam Elementary School. I was hired by Mr. Steve Adams.
Prior to substitute teaching, what did you do?
Prior to substitute, I was a teacher at Waynesboro Middle School.
And before that?
I was also in the military.
Where were you teaching, you said?
Gettysburg Middle School, I retired from it.
Okay, what was your position when you retired from Gettysburg Middle School?
I was a 6th grade teacher. Various topics. Then I was going to talk.
Are you here pursuant to a subpoena?
Yes.
I direct your attention to Exhibit P28. It's in the binder in front of you. You recognize this document?
Yes, I do.
And is this the subpoena that's compelling your attendance here tonight?
Yes.
Do you understand that you are being compelled to testify and no one can retaliate against you for your honest testimony here today?
Yes, I do.
How do you know Mr. Pappas?
I had the opportunity to work with him as a principal at Sunbeam Elementary School. I was a building substitute teacher there, starting 2022 and until middle when I resigned as a building substitute teacher. He was during the conflict that was going on in the building and the school district.
When you say conflict, what do you mean?
The tension that was established with the removals
Mr. Pappas. There was a lot of tension, lack of leadership, lack of information being submitted by the administration on what's happening. And I felt that I could not work in that environment. So I would send that a letter of resignation to ESS, which is the contractor that I work for, sent one to the superintendent and to a board member. And prior to that, the thing we do was state is being stated, I would like to come back as though as a teacher.
When direct your attention to an incident that took place on September 11th, 2025.
Okay, the situation there was the student, he is in the van. Apparently there was a malfunction with the lift gate to remove the student. When I showed up in the back, there were several teachers back there. The student was sitting in a chair. The driver was trying to figure out what's going on with the hydraulic system. And my opinion was he lacked knowledge of his equipment. To me, he put himself in chances of hurting himself because he did not know his equipment. Because of the hydraulic. He was standing in between the tailgate and then popper. But everybody was trying to help him. And he was also on the phone with his supervisor trying to find out what to do and how to fix it.
How are you made aware that this incident happened?
I was just out of the office because the situation was called in, and I just took the initiative to go back and to see my assistant to the fact that I had some experience working with construction equipment with hydraulics.
What office were you in at the time?
The main office with some of you know.
Is that Mr. Pappas' office?
Yes.
Was Mr. Pappas in the office?
He came out of the office and said that because the situation was called in, he was on the phone, dealt with a student and a grandmother, and I told him I'd see what I could do.
So you told him that you would go check on the incident?
Yes, I did.
Do you recall approximately what time in the morning?
I want to say about 8:10, because I just got there.
And when you typically arrive at some of the elementary?
And look at me at about 8:10 in the morning.
Who was present when you arrived at the scene?
I know there's two teachers. One was Miss McFarland was there. Mr. Lego was there. I also was the custodian came out. And the teacher aide, our student aide was there in the van with the student. So he was safe with no problem with that out there.
Did you speak with Mr. Pappas about the incident?
I go back, told him about the situation. The driver himself did not know his own equipment. He was on the phone, calling his boss, trying to figure out how to get the hydraulic system working. Like I said, I left him back that he wasn't listening to anybody. He was more in the panic mode, trying to get the system fixed.
When you say he, the driver?
The driver was in panic mode, yes.
Okay, but at that time the street was safe.
The student was safe, yes. It was.
About how long were you at the scene on September 11th?
About 10 minutes.
And where was Mr. Pappas when you went back to speak with him?
Mr. Pappas was dealing with the problem that he was trying to solve.
You said the problem you were trying to solve with the other student issue.
Yeah, the other student issue right up. So there's no way he could be a few lessons in one time.
Did Mr. Pappas ever indicate or stated that he could not push a pool as the reason why he was not on the scene?
No, he never said that.
As a substitute teacher, what are your thoughts on Mr. Pappas?
And the principal, and I've always told him he is a leader. He's not a politician. His first concern is the staff and the students. He doesn't worry about himself. I said, the school is his love and his joy. He puts a lot of effort into it. He makes you feel a part of the school. When went there. We had a situation, the first day of my observation is a substitute teacher with student pickup. I didn't want, it was done by the previous principals. To me, there was no accountability of the kids being picked up. So I suggested a process on how to pick kids up, how to achieve accountability. We initiated that. He was open, very open about learning it, listening. So I like sitting there walking the talk. And he was always open to ideas. And we tried it, and it works. Still, not today, when kids are picked up by parents using a number system, we have verified, and we have accountability for the kids. So, to me, the system is working. And everybody in the whole building has been adding to it and tweaking it. We always had dog hiccups come up, but he's always open to ideas. He's trying new things, and which I like about him. He's willing to try new things. He doesn't shut you down, and he has a great policy that his door's always open. And since I'm not even running a teacher in this system, I feel like we walk into him and talk to him about it. And I have many times. And I've had teachers come up to me and say, hey, I need to talk this, but I'm not sure how this happens. So I would walk in and tell them, hey, this is what's happening. The teachers want to approach you. And he says, yeah, bring him in. That's what's happening. So he's always had an open policy when I was there. He's never put anybody down. He's listening, and I like the fact that, he is a leader. He's not a politician in that building. He likes what he does. He's straight with the kids. He works well with the parents. He works well with the staff.
Have you ever observed Mr. Pappas be unprofessional?
No. He was unprofessional when I was there. I like leaders. I don't like politicians.
Mr. Campbell, did anyone from district administration ask you any questions about your presence on September 11th, on that incident on September 11th?
The only thing I had to talk to was Mr. Pappas. He asked me to write a statement, which I said was a statement of what happened, what I told him when I was in the information officer.
Do you know if that statement was used for the business administrator?
He was collecting all kinds of just going to my information, so I assume that he said higher change.
Okay. Did anyone else from district administration ask you about the incident that took place in September?
No, nobody in the administration decided this matters.
Did anyone from district administration ask you about your experience with Mr. Pappas at all?
No, nobody asked me.
No further questions.
Very subject to cross-examination.
After that,
Good evening.
When, on September 11th, you mentioned that you were in the office, and that's correct.
yes, I walked into the office at that time.
How did you know Mr. Pappas was talking to you?
Say that name
How did you know Mr. Pappas was talking to you?
afterwards. The conversation I had with Mr. Pappas.
Mr. Pappas told you from being talking about it.
He was, when I walked in, he was still on the phone.
How did you know he was talking with him?
He told me the individual's name, so I knew exactly who he was talking to and grandmother was involved.
Do you know for a fact whether he was talking to you? Say it was talking.
Do you know? Okay, so I'm going to answer that. I know who he was talking to, because I know based on the terms he was talking, addressing the grandmother, yes.
So you actually heard this conversation with them?
He replied back with her name, yes.
So you heard that?
Yes.
And you said you spoke with Mr. Pappas afterward. Did you speak to him related to that conversation with the grandmother?
Afterwards, yes.
Did he explain to you what the issue was?
he explained that there was a situation which I've known with Mr. Pappas about this individual student.
Did he bring this up unsolicited, or did you ask him what he was talking?
He basically just, based on his conversation and information I gathered, like, who he's talking with.
Can you describe your relationship with Mr. Pappas?
Yes, my relationship with the company started off as an employee, as a contract employee, and throughout the years, I gained his trust, and he gained my trust, and I respected him and with him as a individual, caring just as much as he cares about the student. So we ended up creating a friendship.
So you would describe yourself as friends outside of school?
More friends outside of school, yes.
You would describe yourself as a friend.
I will describe myself as a friend to a lot of people.
Well, do you socialize with Mr. Pappas outside of school?
Socialize, not on a daily basis. I mean, what do you want?
We put letters into the bullet points and that for people. Say down here, you wrote letters of support for you, right? Letters of support, can you wrote letters like to the board?
Yeah. I wrote a letter to the board about A, my termination through the school district as a substitute teacher. B, that somebody in the administration contacted my headquarters, and the board at headquarters not really happy about me.
Did you write letters in support of Mr. Pappas?
I said yes.
And I noticed that the last meeting you spoke with Mr. Pappas while he was at the table, correct?
Yes.
For breaks. In fact, I think you gave him a well one meeting, correct?
What are you going with this?
I asked you that question.
Hey, you're gonna have to leave the school first. Well, I guess you don't have any friends. My answer is he is a problem.
No,
I have to try to treat others with respect.
did you discuss your testimony? Mr. Pappas?
No,
Not at all.
not at all.
Were you told what kind of questions you were going to be asked and expected to answer during this hearing?
I was asked about the situation by the man, by his attorney, and she asked me to explain what I saw, and I did, and that was it.
You're building something, right?
Yes,
Before you build. So that's a floater position, correct?
correct.
You want any other besides other than someone here?
Right now, yes.
Before that, before all this.
Before that, I was a yoga substitute teacher in the upper Adams school district.
Yeah, fair. I mean, during the 2025 school year, 2025-26, year grade, from August to now, did you teach any other district laws besides?
After I resigned, I went to Fairfield Elementary School.
And do you know how many days you actually served as a classroom substitute?
No,
Do you know how many you served after Mr. Pappas left?
I would say 4 or 5 days.
He left after that. That's when he left. Right?
That's when I got the tension there. When everybody's walking around, they won't talk. Everybody's afraid to say anything due to the fact that they're afraid of their own child being, let's face it, the situation was not good. The students, the teachers, everybody was walking around afraid of their own jobs. It was not a good, it's still not a good situation there.
On September 11th, do you recall seeing Ms. Whiteman?
No, I don't remember seeing that.
Thank you.
Well,
Very quickly on redirects. Mr. Campbell, just at the point of clarification, the morning of September 11th, you testified you were in the main office. Is that right?
yes, I was checking the office before Plan on my silence.
Okay, and that office is not the same thing as Mr. Pappas' office.
No, it's not the Spanish office.
Is Mr. Pappas' office connected to the main office?
It's on the, there's a door that goes into the back office. Yes.
Okay, no further questions.
Here to speak, the only thing I would say is, special testimony, or the thing, like, it's actually. We'll do it over there, John, good, all right. Really gonna hire her. She's gonna ask.
Future director, please swear or affirm that the testimony about the ability to truth, the whole truth, and no reflection.
Maybe Ms. Cobalt. What is your title in the school district?
I'm the secretary at Summit View
How long have you been the secretary of the social?
since May 2022.
Prior to May 2022, were you employed by the school district in any way?
I was not.
Did you have any other employment before May 2022?
I taught a small Christian school before I started working at Summit.
Ms. Cobalt, are you here pursuant to subpoena?
Yes,
I direct your attention to Exhibit P29. Is this the subpoena that compels your attendance? No, you're fine.
yeah, that's me.
Do you understand that you are being compelled to testify and that no one should retaliate against you for your honest testimony here today?
I do.
Are you nervous to be speaking here today?
100%.
Did you prepare a statement to be read today?
I did.
I direct your attention to Exhibit 32. Ms. Cobalt, do you recognize this document?
I know it is.
So that's a yes.
Yes.
When did you write it?
Monday? Monday during our snow day.
Why did you write it?
I felt like I needed to have a voice in some of the claims that were against Mr.
I'd like to invite you to go ahead and read your statement.
Hello, my name is Harmony Cobalt. I am the secretary at Summit View Elementary School. I have held this position in the Waynesboro area school district since May 2022. All of these years have been under the administration of Mr. Pappas. I have observed many of the accusations firsthand, but have not been able to physically step forward. I do not enjoy publicly speaking or being in front of large groups of people. Something like this is honestly my biggest fear. However, even with this crippling fear, I feel it necessary to explain my observation. I believe there have been false claims against Mr. Pappas. Mr. Pappas is a man of character. I have seen the time, effort, and money he has spent for the Waynesboro community firsthand for the past 4 years. He fights for what he believes to be right and chooses what is best for his students, staff, and overall well-being of the Summit View community and rescue. I have seen firsthand many times the things that he decides are for the greater good and that is what is necessarily best for him. I have also seen and heard many students, teachers, staff, parents, and grandparents speak highly about Mr. Pappas has handled different situations. He makes it a priority to take the time to help when someone else is in need. I know very few times when a student has walked past the office and Mr. Pappas not know their name. I make it a personal goal of mine to know more names on back to school night each year than them, and I always lose. He has a way that he connects with people and allows them to be honest and comfortable around him. He has helped me address uncomfortable situations in the years that I've worked with him in a respectable and a reliable way. I have never felt insecure or concerned that he would not help staff members in a troubling situation. I have seen him approach his role as principal by serving others with a smile. I would like to recount 3 specific instances I observed as the secretary of Mr. Pappas, which have been called into question during this investigation, starting with the reading of the library books. First, to provide a little background, I begin each school year coming back to the office the beginning of August. This past August, the district had multiple wiring projects taking place at each of the elementary schools. Some of you began being rewired, causing us to be without internet, printers, phones, and access to cameras for about 2 weeks throughout the beginning of August. During this time, I allowed Mrs. Salmon's mentor, Jen Smith, into the building 2 times from what I can remember. I was not able to work within Summit in my normal hours because of the our local wiring project. I had never met Jen Smith before, but I let her in because she explained that she was meeting Mrs. Salmon to go over things in the library. Jen Smith asked a member of the tech team to install a hotspot for her in order to work on the library during the wiring issues. I was in and out of Summit View for the next couple of weeks, splitting my time there at Summit View, Clayton, and Fairview Elementary. Mr. Pappas did take time for vacation, but he also was out of the building because of these wiring issues, administrative meetings, new teacher meetings, and an administration retreat. It was during this time while Mr. Pappas and I were often away that the majority of the reading of the books took place in the library. So Mr. Pappas and I were not aware to the fullest extent of what was being done. Next, in regard to the incident that happened on September 11th, I feel it is important that you know Mr. Pappas's background in this situation, because he was the most equipped to speak to CYS about the student concern that happened that day in the office. He needed to know that the student was being placed in foster care, and our entire staff was also aware of his urgency. Mr. Pappas has selflessly ensured that the student has been taken care of for many years prior to his placement into the foster care system. This was the most hectic day I have ever experienced in the office since starting in 2022. This was the first early dismissal day of the school year. Mr. Pappas was already on the phone in his office when I arrived the morning of September 11th. This is not typical, as Mr. Pappas and I would often work together each morning on teacher coverage or preparing the day around this time. I knew it was an urgent situation when he was on the phone as I arrived that morning. I had just settled in and was working on teacher coverage that day when Mrs. Wallin's frantic call came through on the walkie-talkie. I don't recall what she specifically said, but I grabbed her walkie-talkie off my desk and moved as fast as I could after I heard her concerned voice. I put my head into Mr. Pappas's office and told him I was headed out looking at my walkie-talkie. It wasn't until after I was outside that Mrs. Wallen had called for more help on my walkie-talkie that Mr. Pappas could not push or pull. Yes, he did say that he could not push or pull. Our staff is aware of Mr. Pappas's physical limitations due to an injury that happened to him while he was an administrator at the high school. It was after the student was placed into a chair safely by his PCA that I made the decision to go inside and call the district to inform them of the issue concerning the malfunction of the game. I had just hung up the phone with the head of maintenance when Mr. Pappas came out of his office looking quite concerned. We quickly exchanged what each other had done in the last couple of minutes. I explained to him that there was an issue with the van and that the head of maintenance had been called and was on his way. Mr. Pappas had also explained to me the CYS phone call in his office. He told me that I would be receiving another phone call with information about the student's placement. This would be a new caregiver's name and address. The foster care student was also very sick this day, and we were unaware if we would have to send him early because of this. I feel the call Mr. Pappas had in his office was also a huge priority for safety of that student. The phone call was very urgent in order to make sure we and the staff were aware that he would be picked up by someone else that day. Mr. Pappas quickly went to the van once this exchange of communication happened in the office. I know many staff members were already outside around this time because that is where their assigned morning duties are. I believe there were other staff still on the scene in the malfunction of the van, but I do not know time frames or what was done outside during that time, as I was addressing the other students' needs in the office. Each day, I take notes in a notebook that I leave on my desk regarding big events or things that I need to refer back to later on. This typically includes student early dismissals, lists of staff that day, and agencies that contact me and more. I am able to show you what my September 11th entry states. If you look at it, you can see I have two very prominent student situations listed there. I feel that two of the biggest situations that have been building up for years came to a head on another day. I wish I took more notes that date that I could share, but I feel that this depicts about how busy and hectic that morning was. In my opinion, Mr. Pappas trusted that I was taking care of the van situation as best as I could until he was able to arrive on the scene. We cannot be in two places at once, and I did not feel it necessary for him to be the one to have to resolve an issue. It was an issue with the van, plain and simple. As a whole, I feel that some of you did an excellent job as a building to ensure the safety of all students involved in these two situations that happened that day. Next, regarding the day that Mr. Pappas received his letter. When Dr. Stern and Dr. McCallum came to Summit on September 24th to hand Mr. Pappas his letter, I was aware of them coming in the afternoon because a postal service worker requested Mr. Pappas to sign her certified letter earlier. I do not know what was in that letter, but I do know that Mr. Pappas handled it professionally and communicated thoroughly to Dr. Stern and Dr. McCallum as soon as it was received. For more context, there's something that you need to know when you arrive at Summit and park where the buses pick up and drop off students. Due to the way that the wall juts out, you cannot see when someone is standing at the office window. Dr. Stern and Dr. McCallum entered the building through that far door and entered into the office from the nursing side of the office. They walked in, shut the door. Mrs. Conn was standing outside the office window when they had entered the building. They would not have been able to hear her, see her with how the structure of the building is. I did not overhear the conversation that took place behind that closed door. I was on the phone about a student bus issue, so I am unaware of what was being communicated. I do not recall Mrs. Conn coming to me during her planning period that day. But I do know for a fact that she was around the office when Mr. Pappas was handed that letter from the superintendent. When Dr. Stern and Dr. McCallum walked through the nurse's office and head to the stage, Mrs. Conn asked me if she could speak to Mr. Pappas. Up to this point, I was unaware that Mr. Pappas was given a letter from the superintendent. I told her I didn't know and that I would have to ask. When I walked into his office to ask, I saw that Mr. Pappas was visually upset. And my question, he said, no, I don't know. It was after that point that Mrs. Conn had left the office. Finally, to conclude my statement, I simply want to make sure that you are aware that there are two sides to every story being told. I am frustrated with our district stating that Mr. Pappas was under an administrative leave and under pending investigations, yet as someone who was an observer of many of these incidents firsthand, I was never questioned on any of these accusations. Mr. Pappas and I work very well together, and I have never felt uncomfortable in any way to be around him. I believe that he truly cares for the people he works with, and more importantly, that he strives to be a principal our students and staff need. I know there are many teachers that are still afraid to speak up, but I, for one, cannot sit back and allow this to happen without you hearing my side of what I have seen in the office. I hope that me reading this letter can be an example of standing up for truth, just like I know Mr. Pappas would do. Thank you.
Ms. Vogel, did Mr. Pappas ask you to write the statement?
No,
Did Mr. Pappas help you write the statement?
no,
Did I help you write the statement?
no. My husband was not the one that I have communicated this with.
No further questions.
When these questions. How long have you worked with this?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
How long have you worked for this?
Since May 2022,
And in what capacity are you employed at that time?
just as the secretary.
And you work under Mr. Pappas, right?
Yes,
You worked under any other principals?
not within our school district.
And when did you start working in this district?
May of 2022.
And in that time period, you worked under any assistant superintendent?
Rephrase, please.
Yes. Did you work under, Mr. Pappas, he was the principal the entire time? Right.
Except for when these accusations were raised. Yes.
Who was the principal then? Correct.
Mr. Flint.
Do you have a good relationship with Mr. Clark?
I have nothing against him.
You wrote this statement on Monday, is that correct?
I did. I started it a long time ago.
Why is that?
When did all of this start taking place? That it was parent teaching conferences when we were made aware of that his accusations were public. So it was around that time, actually probably around Thanksgiving break was when I started and just did not feel comfortable anymore.
Did you discuss your testimony today with Mr. Pappas today?
No,
Did you discuss your testimony with Mr. Pappas in term?
today
Right?
she called me. So
Do you recall when you first spoke with Mr. Pappas' attorney?
Saturday,
Do you recall that conversation?
I have been to the past 2 hearings and I heard a lot of my name being tossed out and I felt that they were being to hear my side of the story. So
And did you contact Mr. Pappas' attorney or did she contact you?
I addressed her after that second hearing and told her that I felt my voice needed to be heard.
Did you ask her to issue some her testimony?
I did.
Can I ask why?
But I do not keep on standing forward. If I imagine my kindergartners or first graders, that is a lot easier to think in, I feel. I'm fearful of being in front of me so much.
But why did you have this person?
I felt legally that is what I should do.
But you can't do it your own volition, correct?
Yes,
You would have probably, if you hadn't been subpoenaed, correct?
yes.
Had nothing to do.
I have no further questions.
Okay.
Don't talk to anybody else about it. That's the close friends.
I'm gonna go through it now.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. Ms. Pappas, good evening. What is your title at Waynesboro Area School District?
I am the TSS coordinator at Summit Elementary.
And how long have you been the MTSS coordinator?
This is my 15th.
Have you been MTSS coordinator elsewhere?
I was the MTSS coordinator at Hooverville. The title was then IST approximately 22 years ago.
Are you here pursuant to a subpoena, Ms. Pappas?
Yes.
The direct your attention to T24 binder in front of you. Do you recognize this document?
Yes.
Is this a subpoena that compels your attendance tonight?
Yes, it does.
Do you understand that you are compelled to be here today and no one should complain against you for your office testimony?
I understand well.
How do you know Mr. Pappas?
He is the building principal. This was his 5th year. He became the principal when I became MTSS at some year.
Did you know him prior to him becoming a principal?
No, I did not know him personally, although his son Isaac was in my science class.
And I should ask this question. Prior to being a TSS coordinator, did you teach some of you?
Yes, I taught some of you 7 years.
One of the charges against Mr. Pappas concerns the WASD, LIU, MTSS monthly meetings. Can you please explain to us what those meetings are?
Last year, we, as MTSS coordinators, went with the training for the LIU, and the purpose was to look at our MTSS process and to refine it and to move forward, making some consistency things across the school district. That was the purpose, and we met with several, we met 10 different times throughout the course of the school year.
You already said this 10 different times. They held approximately monthly.
They were held monthly, and then in June, there was an all-day training that we were working on things for the coming school year.
How long are these meetings typically?
They lasted 2 hours during the school year, and then about 7 hours that day in June.
Where are these meetings held?
They were held at Waynesboro Senior High, and it's called the Love Center.
Did you attend these meetings?
Yes,
Did you attend all of the meetings?
yes, I believe I attended all of them.
Did Mr. Pappas attend this meeting?
He attended those meetings.
Do you know if he attended all of the meetings?
I think he missed one of the meetings, or a portion of one of the meetings.
Would you sit with Mr. Pappas during these meetings?
Some of the meetings I sat with him, some of the meetings I did not sit with him, because I sat with him.
Do you recall Mr. Pappas ever making fun group assignments during these meetings?
No, I do not recall that they can find any out of the science they related directly to the task that we were working on as far as working with our MTSS process and what we're moving forward.
Did Mr. Pappas participate in the group assignments?
Yes,
Do you recall Mr. Pappas making comments about lack of leadership in the school district?
I heard the comment about the leadership and context was our trainer was asking us to give us feedback to help us with the MTSS process. It was during the March or April meeting that I heard the comment about the lack of leadership. She was asking us for our honest opinion. It could have been Mr. Pappas saying it, it could have been someone else, but you don't recall exactly who said it.
Who was the trainer in these meetings?
Tony Red.
And why was she asking for honest feedback?
The meetings in March and April talked about the MTSS process, how we were going to get hold of it, what we were going to do to move it further along. It was talking about leadership. They talked about how the leadership was going to their families, how it was going to build our district.
And from there, the trainer asked for honest feedback.
Yes, the trainer asked, we were in groups at that time, and I know that the trainer asked us to give our input down, and then we shared significantly with it.
Were you in Mr. Pappas' group during that discussion?
I cannot recall I was in this group during that discussion.
Did you ever observe Mr. Pappas being disrespectful during these long meetings?
No, I did not see him being disrespectful. He did ask questions to the trainer and some of the administration in our buildings, for our district, in regard to questions that were being asked and the comments that were being made about the district and how things were going well.
Did you observe Mr. Pappas being unprofessional at these meetings?
No, I did not observe that.
As a district professional, what are your thoughts, Mr. Pappas, at the hearing?
I believe that everything he was doing at Summit Hill was best, was what was being best for our students. He had the interest of our students in mind and presented our students with a smile, and he believed in serving and being a leader by serving.
Did anyone from administration ask you any questions about Mr. Pappas' conduct during these long meetings?
No.
Did anyone from the administration ask you to provide a statement in relation to Mr. Pappas' conduct during these meetings?
No.
And no further questions. Thank you.
The hearing subject is process anyway.
How long have you been doing those things?
You can speak out loud, please.
Sure. How long have you been with those schools?
This is my 40th year with our school district.
And what is your title now?
My title was MTSS pre-neighbors in the elementary.
What is your certification?
My bachelor's degree is in elementary education. My master's degree is in educational administration.
You were here by student.
That is correct.
Did you ask for the student issue?
The lawyers in the city would be issued.
Did you ask the attorney to issue this?
No.
Do you know why she issued a subpoena?
Objection calls for speculation.
Yes, she knows.
It's your game. You know, you have to be very never really did more arguments on credibility and stuff. Just saying, it's not the most important thing in the world. This or what lawyers.
Could you repeat the question?
Do you know why she issued a subpoena?
Yes, you said it was for our protections and what it's good.
Did you have a conversation with Mr. Pappas related to your testimony?
No.
Did you have a conversation with his attorney related to your testimony?
The only conversation I had with his attorney was when she called and asked me questions.
How would you characterize the relationship with Mr. Pappas?
He is the principal of the school where I work.
Do you have any kind of relationship with him outside of school?
No, I do not.
And how long have you known him?
I know him as working as principal of this 5th year, and then I didn't really meet him when I had his son Isaac, but I did have his son Isaac in my science test and looked great.
I have nothing on the direct.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The other thing I asked you is just don't talk about your testimony.
We are prepared for all of the person that would like to ask for indulgence for a few minutes so we can use the restroom.
Do you also have to say I think my freeze.
I just decided, I gotta see this thing.
I think we might.
Yeah, that was the. Same here.
I'm just curious, in the back there's a school district employee that's dealing with the volume. Yes, should everybody back here?
Yeah.
All right, I had a couple of people not here that just said, could you turn up the volume? I guess I'm talking a lot louder. So should we just speak louder? All right. All right. Continue. Frank Waltman, sorry, what do you do? Inspired February 11th, 2025, relative to stipulation on chain of command. Mr. Golf, I'm going to turn that over to you to address what the district is willing to stipulate to regard to consider number 12, and how that relates to the incident that was part of the charges emanating from September 11th, 2025. You're gonna have to get close, sorry.
On statement of charges, number 6 issued on the September 11th allegations. And
So everybody's responsible.
That's correct. Exhibits 12, 21, and 22 will be provided through the camera. Exhibit 22 will be further down.
That is correct. All right.
Agree.
Okay, at this point, I'll review this. Witness the great phone count.
That's correct. Actually, I'll turn to this side.
Please about this Please swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Mr. Pappas, I want to start with your history. Can you provide the board a synopsis of your education?
Yes, I have a degree in secondary education, 7 to 12 as a teacher. I have and that's a certification, pretty big certification from the state of Pennsylvania. I have a certification from the state of Pennsylvania for administration K to 12. And I also have a superintendent's letter of eligibility from the state of Pennsylvania.
And what about your education?
My education, I have a Bachelor's of Arts in Social Studies, secondary education. I have a Master's in Educational Leadership, and I'm very soon to complete my doctorate in Educational Leadership.
Do you have an anticipated graduation date for that doctorate?
Not at this time.
Can you walk through your employment history?
Yes. I worked for Manitoba Incorporated as a teacher in York City, in Pennsylvania. And then I was a teacher at Dover Area High School for 3 years. And then I became an assistant principal for 5 years at West Shore School District. And then this is my 13th year here at Waynesboro Area School District as a principal.
And 13 years ago, were you hired as the principal of high school?
Yes, ma'am.
And how long were you principal of high school?
8 years.
And after that?
This is my 5th year at Summerview Elementary School as a principal.
Mr. Pappas, I want to walk us through the charges.
Okay.
All right. We're going to start with charge 1 related to the alleged statements made concerning WAK on August 6th of 2025. Are you familiar with the teacher luncheon?
Yes or no?
And was that what was taking place on August 6th?
Yes.
What is the new teacher luncheon?
It's a time where mentors and new teachers, administration, board members, I believe, were there. And it's a time where we just have a time of fellowshipping and talking and introducing everyone and just enjoying a lunch at the high school cafeteria.
Were you present?
Yes.
And we already had testimony on this, but for clarification, were you assigned seating at this luncheon?
I sat with, and what's typically done with everyone, we sit with the new teachers and the mentors from our building.
Who do you recall sitting with during this luncheon?
To my left was Sierra Garofalo. Next to her was Katie Cook. Next to her was Hayden Henderson. Next to her was Lindsay Sennon. And then next to her, to my right was Jennifer Smith.
During this luncheon, did you make any statements advising teachers against joining WAEA?
No.
Did you derogate the WAEA in any way?
No.
Did you engage in any argument with the representative of WAEA?
No.
Have you ever engaged in an argument with the representative of WAEA?
No. No.
Did you say that teachers have a choice to join the union?
I did.
To your knowledge, do teachers have a choice?
Yes.
To join the union?
Yes.
How do you know that?
When I first became a teacher at Dover Area High School, John Weaver was my principal. One of the first things he told me was, Steve, you may not know this because your first year here, you do not have to join the union if you do not want to. In Pennsylvania, it's your choice.
And at that time, was that principal your supervisor?
Yes.
Did you ever confirm that information with anybody else?
Yes.
Who?
Talk to the PA Principals Association, their HR director.
When did you do that?
I think I talked to her this year. I don't have the date.
Why did you talk to her?
I asked her that because of an allegation that I saw this week.
Did you believe that you needed authorization to say that teachers have a choice? That's what I joined.
No, ma'am.
Are you anti-union?
No, ma'am.
Are you involved in any anti-union organizations?
No, ma'am.
Have you ever been involved in grievance arbitration as a teacher?
No, ma'am.
How about as a principal?
It's possible, but nothing that stood out. I did have to go through a lateral hearing as the principal. That's what I recall.
Okay, is this your own lateral hearing?
No, this was a lateral hearing for a teacher that had worked with the high school.
Have you ever been involved in unfair legal practice as a teacher?
No,
Have you ever been involved in unfair legal practice as a school principal
toward myself?
against you?
No, ma'am.
Have you ever been a witness in unfair legal practice?
No,
Have you ever been a witness in a grievance arbitration?
no, ma'am.
I'm going to direct your attention to the second charge concerning the allegations of the holiday film discussion that took place around that. What is new teacher induction?
New teacher induction is something that goes on for 2 years for our new teachers. They basically learn a lot of the ropes for our district. Sometimes even for state expectations and things that they have to do as a new teacher. So it's a lot of information being given to our new teachers. And again, it's some mandatory by the state. And as principals, we do get involved with them to do different activities, to do different sessions with the teachers. I know this year, in August, I think it might have been August 7th of 2025, my supervisors had me teach a session with the new teachers on professionalism and ethics.
And what was that about? What were you teaching in terms of professional ethics?
Well, I was teaching them the code of conduct, our handbook, how a teacher should be as a professional in school. And I do think that's a very serious thing. I think teachers need to always be aware of everything they need to know to protect themselves, to protect our schools, protect our district. So again, it's just giving them an overall perspective of, as a professional teacher in our school district, this is how you are to behave.
Who asked you to teach that?
I believe it was Dr. McCallum. Last year, I was also asked to teach that from Dr. Sternheim.
Did you teach it last year as well?
I did not.
Why not?
I was put on suspension for 5 days, and it was over that time.
We will get to that. During new teacher induction this August, was there any discussion concerning cafeteria?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall how that came up?
Yes. So part of the faculty handbook, it talked about school lunches and as employees, what that looks like, price and stuff like that, or if you would like to purchase it. Again, some of these sessions, especially handbook sessions, it's a lot to be talking about. So there's usually pretty loose conversations. So that came up, and if you can imagine, there's a large group of people in the library at the high school and kind of the works session area with desks. And comments about school lunch came up. And people were pretty jovial. It was easy going. Everybody was talking about it. And I would say we were all getting off task, but it wasn't anything that normal. Again, there were new teachers that went to that high school, and that was happening. So Mrs. Everhart, who's the principal of this school here at Hooverville, she kind of stopped the conversation and said, "But you guys gotta have the holiday lunch." So when she said that, I was standing in the back. I believe all the administrators were up in the front. And I can recall two teachers and then Mrs. Hennepel, Dr. Sternheim's secretary, sitting right there. And I said, I speak loudly. So I said, well, I'm a big eater, and I am a 47-year-old man who has never had condiments, just to tell you. I'm an extremely big eater. And I said, I've been here for 13 years and I've never had the holiday meal because I think it looks like canned meat. And again, everyone's laughing. So I said I didn't think anything of it. And then that conversation ended and it moved on.
Do you recall any other principals discussing food at the cafeteria?
Yes, so, as I said, there were all kinds of comments being made about school lunches. And I'm not going to say they were saying specifically this school lunch, but school lunch in general was being talked about. There were words being described, the S word was used by an administrator. Everyone was laughing, everybody was pretty loose in that conversation.
Now, Mr. Pappas, I will ask, do you use profanity?
I know.
Okay. So I'm going to ask, when you say S word, you mean shit.
Yes.
And it's your testimony that somebody referred to the cafeteria food as shit during this discussion.
School lunch, yes.
Your discussion or your statement regarding canned meat, did you intend to ridicule or disrespect food service or its ethics?
No.
Are you aware of any rift that was caused with the food service employees as a result of your statement?
No.
Do you feel your comments were unprofessional?
Not in the context that they were made, because everyone was joking. I was kind of poking fun at myself.
And by that you mean you were making fun of the fact that they did.
Yes.
Do you feel that your comments inappropriate?
No, not due to the context of what it was.
We heard some testimony that you heard today from Mr. Webroll concerning your relationship with Korea and the food service one. And he had testified that you take your time to speak with them. Is that true?
Yes, I don't deal with people based on title. I'm not a respecter of persons. I think we all need to be treated the same no matter who we are, no matter what kind of education we have, no matter where we live. So I don't do that to people.
After this statement, on August 6th of 2025, concerning canned meat, did any food service workers approach you with any frustration?
No.
Did anybody approach you with any disgust or frustration concerning your statement until it was brought to you
No.
by administration?
No, they did not.
We also heard some testimony that you were accused of making derogatory statements with regards to technology and IT services. Do you recall that?
I recall yes, I recall that I was accused of that.
What is your recollection of that statement?
I didn't make it.
You did.
Jason Webroll.
All right. Move us forward to the incidents taking place regarding the Summit Library. When were you made aware that there was something going on in the Summit Elementary?
August 8th, a little before 5 p.m.
How did you find out?
Mrs. Coble, the secretary, who heard from the CDA, she had said you should go down to the library. I think you were doing something down there. I said, okay. It was near the end of the day. I had just come in from not being in the building because we didn't have internet or anything like that, but I wanted to check in before the weekend. I went down to the library and I saw piles and piles of books all over. I saw signs that said discard. I believe there were other signs that didn't say trash or discard, but there were signs posted basically saying people can take these books. I was unaware at that moment how many books actually were listed that way.
Was there a reason why you weren't aware of this beforehand?
I don't know why I wasn't made aware. Knowing what happened, I would think they would be contacting me as the principal, the individuals who did this, before they did it. They did not. So it was like, I was in complete shock. That's how I can describe it, complete shock. Now in the other school districts, I have some friends that are superintendents, and a brother-in-law was a superintendent up in Berks County, and I know that a high school took out 3,000 books, and that community went in an uproar. And I'm thinking to myself, when I'm watching, I'm looking at this, I'm like, I want this for our community. It just was shocking. And then 2 more work days, we were having back to school night. I was like, what are we going to do with all these books? So I was completely shocked.
Now, during that week of August 8th, was there a reason that you were not regularly in summer?
Yes, the last days we could take off for the summer, for admin, or the 4th and 5th, I did take off those days to be with my family. And then we didn't have internet services in the school that we could. Unfortunately, with what we do in schools today, whether it's the students or even the administrators, you don't have technology. It's like we can't do much. So I was working in another building, I believe it was in Mallory, and we also had admin meetings that we could play. Where, we might even have some of the high school on call, but I was either on vacation for 2 days or an admin meeting or working at Mallory because we didn't have internet at our school.
Well, and one of those days you were the new teachers for the new teachers.
Yes, that was August 6th, yes.
And on August 6th, you were with Ms. Smith.
Well, she was sitting right to my right, right next to me.
Did Ms. Smith say anything to you on August 6th concerning the library?
She said nothing about the library post on August 6th. And we sat there, I would say about 45 to 60 minutes, and she was right next to me. And we had conversations. The whole table did it, we did, Jen and I, Mrs. Smith, but never brought anything up about the library. Miss Santa was there too, she never brought up anything about the library. So yeah, nothing, and that was on the 6th, and I found out on the 8th.
And Mrs. Smith is not the librarian assigned to Summit View.
That is correct.
Who is the librarian at Summit View?
Mrs. Lindsay Santa, since I last been there, so I'm guessing she still is.
When I direct your attention to Q1, you find her front of you. Let's take some time to review this document. Mr. Pappas, do you recognize this document?
Yes, I recognize the list.
And we'll start with the first page of Q1. What is this?
If you were to walk into the library at Southern Elementary on the office side, when you walk in, that kind of is the first aisle on your left. And so these are books that were marked discarded on the inside cover with a rubber red stamp that were taken out of circulation that week at Southern.
Is this what you saw on August 8th if we went to the library?
I did, yes. There were some signs that said discard. But again, I mentioned there was another sign that was in the old book.
Who took this photo?
I believe I did.
I'm direct your attention to the second page of Q1. And again, can you describe what this is?
Yeah, so this is on the other side of the library. In between this front shelving, the front shelving of these books, there's another aisle behind it, and there's another shelf against that glass there. So it's just piles of books that were being discarded or available.
I'm going to turn to the next page, and again, explain what we're looking at in this image.
All right, so what you just saw on the second page was that glass in the background. This is the glass in that background, and they're the books that were piled on top. And when I saw these, I was unaware that it was over 3,000 books. I guess I was so shocked. I was saying, oh, a couple hundred. I didn't count that number. So
When did you find out it was over 3,000 books?
I believe I found out it was over 3,000 books on August 14th when I met with Dr. McCallum, Mrs. Smith, forgive me, but the librarian from Fairview Elementary School, and she had brought a association rep with her to that meeting. And we had that meeting on the 14th of August at Southern Library, around 3 o'clock. Right at noon.
And that's when you learned there were approximately 3,000 or over 3,000 books that we found.
Yes, ma'am.
Are you aware that these books are purchased with taxpayer dollars?
That's my understanding, yes.
Did that concern you at all when you saw this?
1,000%. That's what put me in shock, and I didn't know how we were going to respond to parents and taxpayers with this. And again, our school was going to be having a back to school open house with 2 work days, and I didn't know what we were going to do with it.
I direct your attention to Exhibit 2, the binder. Now, Mr. Pappas, did you follow up with Ms. Smith concerning the books that have been made out?
So as soon as I saw everything, I tried to get Dr. McCallum to come along as my direct supervisor. I wanted to give her a heads up that had happened. But then I also was made aware, I think this is kind of what had come down after I was down in the library. So she made me aware that Mrs. Smith had been in there. She had mentioned that Mrs. Smith was there, Mrs. Smith's husband was there, a former teacher that works for the YMCA was there. She had mentioned these people were coming in and out of our building, and then she had heard that teachers were letting these people in and out of the building throughout the week. So tried to call Dr. McCallum, and it started, once I knew it was Mrs. Smith that was involved, I started communicating with Mrs. Smith via email, but I was also blind copying Dr. McCallum so she could see that. And I think I was communicating with Dr. McCallum as well on text messaging. Again, it was still before 5 o'clock, maybe 5 o'clock on Friday. So I get that the timing was what it was, but to me, if we just left it there, we needed people to be aware of what was happening. And I definitely wanted to make my supervisor aware of what was happening. So I was right away communicating with them. Also, when Mrs. Smith had responded, I don't know with Stacy Snowberger. Stacy Snowberger, Mrs. Snowberger, she had just retired from the Summerview Library. Mrs. Snowberger, and I worked with a lot of good librarians. When it came to knowing your job, staying focused, focusing on the kids she was blessed. And I knew that she has had an instructional certificate from the state of Pennsylvania, which is if you can get as a librarian or any educator, if you're a teacher. She had that for 22 years. Mrs. Smith had an instructional 1, which is entry for only 3 years. She was a new librarian. And she didn't know her building like Mrs. Snowberger did. And I'm going to the expert, but we need to know what we do. So Mrs. Snowberger on the phone had told me all about the leading process. So I understand.
Check, it's your setting.
I'm gonna allow it in for purposes of background and context, and let the board sort through.
So Mrs. Snowberger, the reasoning for meeting, it all made sense. And when I was an assistant principal, last year, I had a lot of destiny, librarian for all, so I kind of knew that process too. Destiny is the company I'm involved in.
Okay.
And so I had that, but I got that from Mrs. Snowberger. So as I talked to her, I was continuing to email Mrs. Smith and communicating with Dr. McCallum with all. So it was a Friday afternoon, and I know Dr. McCallum and I kind of went to the drum saying, let's talk to Dr. Snowberger on Monday about it. And I had asked Mrs. Smith not to do anything further to the library. It wasn't just books, there was other things that were moved out of there. And she communicated some things that I think have already been brought up.
Okay.
So
I'm direct your attention to Exhibit 2. Allow me to take a look at this. Do you write me on your first copy?
yes.
What is this?
That is an email that I am I'm requesting, that's what I said, and nothing further is done with the library. Regarding removal of books, furniture, or any other resources, thank you. And that was an email from me to Mrs. Smith. And I also included the individual from Fairview, I believe her name is, it looks like Lauren, because I was told she was there with Mrs. Smith. And then Lindsay, who is Summerview's librarian.
You sent this on Friday, August 8th, 4 p.m. That's the
Yes, that's what it says, yes.
You direct attention to page 2 of Exhibit 2.
Okay.
At the very bottom of this page.
Okay.
You see the line on Friday, August 8th, 2025 to 5:27 p.m. Jennifer Smith, her email
Yes,
response. Does that accurately reflect the response that she provided to you?
yes, ma'am.
All right, in this, she says that, there's a lady from the preschool coming on Monday to take the reading books that you don't want, I don't remember her name, but she will need to be contacted. Did you respond, Ms. Smith?
I did.
And what did you say?
I said I would appreciate it if you would contact her. I don't want anything else touched on by her. Thank you, Steve.
Did you again blind copy Dr. McCallum?
I did.
The director's attention to page 3 of exhibit 2. And at 5:33 p.m., Ms. Smith wrote to you, can you give me her name and number? Does that kind of, accurately reflect her response to you?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you know Ms. Smith was talking about?
No, ma'am.
Did you respond to Ms. Smith?
I believe I did, yes.
All right, direct your attention to the next page.
Yes.
There's an email from you at 5:38 p.m. Do you see that?
Yes.
And what are you saying?
So this is my response to her with that. It says, "Hi, Jen. I'm not being funny or trying to be rude, but I have no idea who this person is. I'm concerned that an agreement was made with her without an understanding of what was going on. In my opinion, I think it is your responsibility to contact this person and tell them they cannot have the books. I had to contact Diana, that's Dr. McCallum, because I don't know if what we're doing is what's best for taxpayers' money / school resources. Thank you for understanding, Steve."
Did Ms. Smith respond to you? I'll direct your attention to
Yes.
this page.
Yes.
In the middle of this page, there's an email dated Friday, between 3 p.m. An email from Ms. Smith.
That is correct.
And in this email, she writes back to the trying to find the name, but I'm struggling. If I can't find the name, contact info, either on the AM to stop from moving these books. Leaving a library is something that happens every few years. Stacy did leave, but not heavily. Laura and I would be happy to meet with you Tuesday and show you our guidelines for leaving and the staff at the Yosemite Library. I can also tell you the things we did at HP and MDEF with our books. What does H mean?
HB, Riverville Elementary School right here, where we are.
And MW?
Mallory Elementary School.
And in this email, Ms. Smith states that leaving libraries are something that happens every few years. Was it your understanding that leaving happens every few years at Summit Elementary?
My understanding it happened every year, especially when we put in things with our budget to order ebooks based on student interest and what kid want. We do take out a chunk of books, not again 3,000, but we're talking to Mrs. Snowberger, max 100, typically max.
And again, that information you got in our personal conversations with Silver, right?
Yes.
Did you take Ms. Smith's email as an invitation to discuss the leading reasons?
She said she would be happy to meet in that email. Again, knowing this, what I knew from Mrs. Snowberger. So I don't think she was inviting me to answer your question. She was offering that. But know what I knew from Mrs. Snowberger, what I knew that we're starting school very soon. I didn't want to have something with somebody who wasn't in my building. I didn't want to interfere with Mr. Wendell, who was her supervisor. So I just told her I did not need to be. I do understand the process. That's what my email says here. And I just want to focus on getting them to ready to see executive assignment. I didn't want her to have to worry about 3,000 books. What are we doing with it right on starting? She was brand new in the public school system. She'd never been in this role before. I wanted her to just focus on the kids.
When you're saying, referring to this, you mean the email on the last page of Exhibit P2.
That is correct. I'm sorry.
Okay, that's all right. This is your response to Ms. Smith, correct?
That is correct.
Now, you've also testified that you were communicating with Dr. McCallum during this time as well.
That is correct.
Okay. Now, you blind copied her as we saw in Exhibit 2, but I want to direct your attention to Exhibit 3.
Okay.
You can go ahead and look through these pages, please.
Okay.
I'm gonna ask you a question about it.
Okay.
Okay. Do you recognize the document?
I do.
And what is it?
Screenshots of text messages that I had with Dr. McCallum. And that started on August 8th at 4:52 about the library.
Okay. And on August 8th, 4:52, you sent a text to Diane, Dr. McCallum, correct?
Dr. McCallum, yes.
And you wrote, I sent you an email, blank copy, and we can talk to you about something, give me a call if you can, thank you.
Correct.
How did Dr. McCallum respond to you?
You can give me a call.
Did you call her?
Yes.
And there's a follow-up text message, thanks for talking to him. What are you referencing there?
That could have been about something else that she had referenced in our conversation. Yeah.
And then you say, I just need to know what I can do and can speak to Jen and Lauren about doing that to our building.
Yeah. From what I recall, the conversation wasn't too quick. She was busy with something. It was kind of in the day. She had referenced that she's trying to get out and do things. So we just continued in the text chain.
Okay. And Dr. McCallum then responds to you. Let's see how Jen responds to the email.
Yes. She says if she doesn't respond Monday, give her a call and ask what is going on. Dr. McCallum continued and said, I wonder if she has done the same thing in Cookville and Mallory, just the principal doesn't know it.
And then you responded to Dr. McCallum.
Yes, I continued with our text that said, she, meaning Mrs. Smith, just responded. I line copied it, and that's to Dr. McCallum. I said, I can't believe what I'm saying and hearing from her. I think I meant seeing, and I did clarify that. I said seeing and hearing, not saying.
And then you write here again, Stacy Snowberger said maybe 50 a year, but not 1,000.
Yeah. Yes.
And was this a reference to part of the conversation you had with Dr. McCallum? Over the phone?
No, this is something that I learned that from Stacy because I called her at that time. I didn't know really if I respond. I must have said it because, again, from August 8th, I don't remember exact words. That conversation was very short, and I know she was busy with something. We didn't work. But I did reiterate that, yes, Mrs. Snowberger said not. And again, I didn't know how many, but I guess my guess then was 1,000. And then I did continue and said this wasn't a good time to do this when Lindsay's a brand new teacher and she needs to get things organized. And then I continued to say that she's confusing me. I just sent another email and I did tell her that I hadn't talked to. So that's me telling Dr. McCallum that I gave Mrs. Smith the heads up that I was talking to my direct supervisor about this. And I referenced to Dr. McCallum to see that in the email.
And then finally, write to Dr. McCallum, if you want me to handle this differently, please just let me know. I'm trying to make sense of this.
Yes, so I wanted to make sure that my supervisor was okay with how I'm doing things. That's why I was keeping her in the loop with my communication. So yes, that's what I said to her next. You want me to handle this differently? Please just let me know. I'm trying to make sense of all this. Yes.
And Dr. McCallum responded, the responses are good.
She responded pretty quickly with a text message, responses are good. And then she said, leave that she doesn't know who is coming in. You could ask her who made the arrangements. And then I didn't continue that. And I said, she told me she made the arrangements with this woman. And all she's saying is she knows she has gray hair. I said, this sounds really weird. You'll see the email. Then I said, I'm sorry to be bothering you with this, and that was me saying that to Dr. McCallum, but I've never run into a situation like this before.
Now, why did you say I'm sorry to be bothering you with this?
Well, I was trying to be kind because I knew it was a Friday afternoon, but at times I never know what do I share with my direct supervisor, what do I not. There's never any clarity there. And that's not just with Dr. McCallum. So I didn't want her to be mad. I have been under scrutiny for a long time in this district, so I was trying to be to say, look, I'm not trying to bother you, but again, I think 3,000, all those books, again, that number, 3,000, I thought it was a lot. It's something that my supervisor should know for the shock factor, for the amount of money that it would cost the district and what it costs taxpayers. So I wasn't trying to be an annoyance sometimes. Again, if I ask questions or something, I always feel like I'm an annoyance.
Did Dr. McCollum respond to you?
She did. She said, I saw some of them referencing the email. One looked like Jen asking me for this person's contact. And then Dr. McCollum said, not about her, I'm glad you told me. And then I did continue, and I said, yes, I don't know who it is, and then I said, thank you.
Now, we've heard testimony about something called Fullett.
Correct.
What is Fullett?
Follett is the company that owns, I believe, Destiny. Destiny is a program that we use to scan in and out of our library books.
You started talking about this before. How did you become aware of Destiny?
Well, I knew about Destiny before I came to Waynesboro, because it's an assistant principal at Hillside Elementary School in West Shore. We didn't have a library for all the time, so I got to do some of the books scanning in and out. So I was familiar with that. And we had used that at the high school as well here. So I had an understanding of what it was and how the system is used.
Did you discuss the Fullett and then, did you discuss the Fullett software with any of the librarians at some point?
At that moment, or at any time?
At any time.
Yeah, I've had conversations with Mrs. Snowberger. I've never had one with Mrs. Salmon, and she started granddaughter at 9. But I have had on conversations about Mrs. Snowberger over the years, yes.
Okay. Now, after the text exchange on August 8th, did you have occasion to meet with Ms. Salmon and or anybody else at Sunapee Library concerning books at Sunapee Library?
We did meet on August 12th.
Where did you meet?
We met in the library at Sunapee.
And why?
I had told so on last Friday, Dr. McCallum had said that we could speak to Dr. Sartine on Monday, August 11th, about the library situation. I said, okay, that's fine, thank you. And that was when the fellow I was talking, that was fine. And so, because we had a training at Craig Avenue, which is our administration building, on the 11th. Dr. Sartine had to leave for some reason, and we didn't get to talk about it. Dr. McCallum and I were probably sitting, she was the next person next to me, to my right, in the conference room. And I had said I didn't have a chance to talk to Dr. Sartine. She said, okay, and we just having a small talk about it. And I had said, I want to try to deal with this in-house. Again, knowing the beginning of the year, everyone's dealing with a lot of different things. And things come up, you want to be ready. So I didn't want to burden anyone else with it. So I thought we could find a solution. At that moment, I didn't know what the solution would be. But I thought if I spoke to Mrs. McDonald, who had been there for many years as the library assistant, and again, she did a lot of that scanning in and out with Destiny Bullet, and then just talk to Lindsay, Mrs. Sarah, because it was going to be her, it's the library. So I didn't want her to be overburdened with all these books, but really she needs to get focused on the kids. So I thought it was just in-house, and I didn't say maybe on the detailed what in-house meant, but I just said, I'm going to do it was in-house. So Dr. McCallum said, okay, it seemed to be good to go. And then on the 12th of August, in the afternoon, I met with Mrs. Salmon and Mrs. McDonald to talk about a solution.
Did you call that meeting?
I did call that meeting.
Was there anyone else present other than Mrs. McCallum and Mrs. Salmon?
No, I'm sorry, Mrs. McDonald.
I'm sorry,
Yes,
Mrs.
you're right. It was Mrs. McDonald and Mrs. Salmon and myself.
And what do you recall of that discussion?
So I listened to them and what they thought about the whole thing and the books all over and then the ideas that they had. So I just, again, Mrs. Salmon was going to be working with them every moment, okay? And Mrs. McDonald at the time was working there. When Mrs. Salmon was there. Because Mrs. Salmon goes, she split two different schools. She comes here in the afternoon. So I wanted to hear from them because they're the ones there. Just like any other classroom, I don't go and tell a teacher, no, I think they should go in the classroom. They know the classrooms, they know the kids, I'm gonna hear from them first. So that's what I did, and listened to them. And again, the timing of it, we're trying to get, how can we get ready and focus on the kid, like Lindsay, this is silent student, feel comfortable enough to get started. So we talked about some things and the recommendation or the thought, I'll say it was a thought, contact and Follett, who again oversee Destiny, and see if they can do anything with our inventory.
Who made that suggestion or recommendation or thought?
I know Mrs. McDonald testified to doing that, and again, being always I'm not gonna say she did. She told the truth here, that's what I believe. I'm the one though that did request a phone number for Follett. And Mrs. Savin had her desk, she went right over to her desk. She wrote it down on a little brief piece of paper and gave that to me.
I'm going to direct your attention to exhibit P4.
Okay, P4 is that note, it's a lot bigger now, but it was a little posted. The letters and numbers were read to Mrs. Savin's handwriting, and then mine some notes that I just wrote down when I did call for Follett. So we had our meeting on August 12th in the library, and I had said, before I leave today, I'm going to call Follett and see if I can call customer service to see if that's an option for us. Because to me, it made sense. There are no kids in the building. And if the only changes in our building are because of adults taking that, it's not going to impact kids. And that's always my main focus. So I thought, okay, this could be a possible solution. So I did call them, and that's the phone number that I called.
Okay, and this document P4, the 2 pages here, is a true direct copy of that postage note that Mrs. Salmon gave you.
Yes, and then I wrote on it. The blue link is on mine, but the red ink is down.
Okay. And you referenced the case number and some other notes that you put on here. So let's talk about that call you made
Okay.
to Follett.
Yes.
So why did you call for it?
So again, I called Follett based on a conversation with the librarian and the library assistant. And again, the library assistant knows the library. And that was something that came out of our meeting. That was the solution. Let's look into that and see if that's a possibility.
Is the idea that Follett could reset the system?
That was the idea, yes.
Did you notify Dr. McCallum when you would come to Follett?
So I was about to hang up from Follett, and I started texting Dr. McCallum on that one.
You direct your attention to it so that you find it. And I did look at these pages. 2 pages.
Okay.
Do you recognize this document?
Yes, this is a text exchange between myself and Dr. McCallum on the 12th of August.
And why were you texting Dr. McCallum?
Okay, so when I called, and if you saw on the green note, the gentleman I spoke to his customer service was named Jack. And I was speaking about this, and when I was bringing this up to him, he said it's a possibility, but it would have to be the whole district, K-12. Well, right away, I told him I did not have the ability to say yes to that.
But and to be clear, we say this is a possibility, resetting.
Resetting inventory, I had requested August 1st. So he had said that, you know, through the whole district, I immediately told him I would not be able to get that kind of clearance. But I said my supervisor would. And so I gave him all of my supervisors, direct supervisors, information, contact information, name. And then I understood that he was going to be reaching out to her, or someone from Follett would be reaching out to her.
Okay. And during this time, you're texting Dr. McCallum.
So as I'm ending that call with Jack, I am texting Dr. McCallum, and that's on in P5. So you wanted to do that.
I'm going to direct you to the top of page 5 where we wrote, I presume the blue against you.
The blues thing, yes.
And then again, Follett software announced they can go back and reset for system to August 1st. Do you see that?
Yes.
So in that message, are you telling Dr. McCallum that you had already called Follett?
Yes. Because I already called, I was getting ready to hang up as I'm texting.
Now, prior to calling Follett, did Dr. McCallum tell you to contact Jennifer Smith?
No.
You then explained to Dr. McCallum that they're telling you they can only do that, meaning the reset, if they do the whole district.
That is correct, yes.
Did you have an opinion on whether or not that would be an appropriate next step?
Well, my opinion was, again, knowing that students were in session, and my understanding is no other building was being weeded for 3,000. I didn't have the number 3,000 at that time. But I just thought no one else was doing that. So realistically, the library inventories wouldn't be any different on August 12th and August 1st, because there was those students there. So I didn't think it would be a big issue because folks weren't being taken in and out.
Dr. McCallum responds to you. Is there a cost associated with this? If they do this for us, maybe will unit, will it undo the other schools? Do you see that?
I did.
Okay, and how did you respond to that?
I said, I don't think there's a cost, but they would have to do it for the entire district according to this guy,
And this guy, who is referring to?
Jack from Paulette.
And then Dr. McCallum responds to you, if this is what you want to do, I want you to talk to Jen first. And to be clear, you had already spoken with Paulette before you received this request from Dr. McCallum to speak to Jen.
Correct. And in my opinion, I had already spoken to Mrs. Smith via emails, but we were communicating.
And you had obviously already spoken with Mrs. Salmon.
I've already spoken to a librarian, Mrs. Salmon, a library assistant, the recently retired librarian, Mrs. Miller. Yes.
And Ms. Smith.
And Mrs. Smith. Over email, yes.
And you respond, okay, thank you. What do you want me to talk to her about?
Correct.
Did Dr. McCallum ever respond to you?
She did not about that topic.
Now, after this text message exchange, on the 12th, were you at Summit View on August 13th?
No, it was that sick.
What about August 14th?
I was present.
Did you receive any communication concerning a meeting with Jennifer Smith for the 14th?
Yes, I was told that we were going to meet with Mrs. Smith and I want to say Mrs. Beinhauer, forgive me, but that's the fair name, librarian. So yes, McCallum, so we were going to meet that day.
Okay, now direct your attention to the P6. Do you recognize this document?
Yes,
What is it?
it's a text, it's a screenshot of a text message with Dr. McCallum, Dr. Sternheim, and myself on it.
Okay, the three of you on one text message chain.
Yes.
And what is it that Dr. Sternheim made? I presume that first message at 10:41 a.m. It says yesterday at 10:41 a.m. Do you recall what date that was? The Dr. Sternheim texted you?
Yes, that would have been on August 13th.
And this is when you were out sick?
That is correct.
Dr. Sternheim writes to you, "Hi Steve, hope you're feeling better. Please make sure you connect with the other elementary principals about yesterday's in-service." What did she mean by that?
Well, she was being nice, saying that she hopes I feel better, and then during the in-service, whatever might went on, if I needed to know anything, just check in with those individuals, other principals, if I needed to know anything.
She then continues on another note and asking Dr. McCallum said that you were the media specialists. Who are media specialists?
They are the librarians.
To discuss the lead process. On a connected but separate issue, we will need to discuss at a later date the call you placed to Paulette and the time/disruption and cost. This will be a friendly and related conversation. Thanks. See that?
Yes,
Were you aware that there had been any kind of disruption?
I was not aware.
Did you ever give permission to Paulette to reset the system?
No, ma'am.
You then responded, okay, thanks, trying to feel better whenever we need it. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. Dr. Stein then advises you of what?
The next paragraph is actually from Dr. McCallum.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay. And she says, Steve, would 2:45 p.m. today work? And that was the 14th. For me to meet with you, Jen Smith, and Lauren Beinhauer. I've learned that Janelle Warren was the ones working in the library over the summer.
And did that time work for you?
Yes,
And did you work, or did you meet with Mrs. Smith and Ms. Bynum?
yes.
I'm gonna direct your attention to key 7. Do you recognize this document?
Yes.
What is it?
It's an email, I tell you, we're following up for clarification on Friday, August 15th at 12:25 p.m. I sent that to all the individuals that were at the meeting on the 14th hour, so like having Mrs. Cobalt, so she had an understanding of, if she as the secretary needed to know what was going on with all the books.
Okay, so what do you recall taking place during that meeting on August 14th?
On August 14th, I didn't do a lot of talking. There was a lot of, the two librarians there, they were kind of telling their reasoning for what they did for Dr. McCown and myself. The question I believe Dr. McCown asked, is there a board policy or any kind of process that we follow with this? And then it was no from Mrs. Smith. But then Mrs. Smith pulled out a piece of paper and she said, I use this on a stack of papers that I use for a footstool, but it's an old procedure how we did things at the library called stack. Before she was even a librarian, is what I understood. So she gave that to Dr. McCown, and Dr. McCown saw that it was a document from our district that at one time that was related to books and then we get rid of books. Wasn't a approved board policy or anything like that. But so that was discussed. Again, it was just who was your helping that was talked about. I know Mrs. Smith had asked to be paid for doing what she did, and we kind of came to a conclusion that the books were going to be taken care of from Mrs. Smith and Mrs. Salmon, and that's where we go. I did not, with what all was going on, again, the timing of everything, I didn't really give my opinion. I definitely felt like the decision was made probably even before I even knew about it. So I did not want to fight about it. I did not. I was hearing my supervisor agreeing with the librarians that it should be done. So I just said yes, okay, and then the next day, this is why I followed up, just to make sure this is what I heard, so we're all on the same page.
And to be clear, you heard that Dr. McCown was agreeing to the meeting of just 3,000.
And discarding them or giving them employees.
And this follow-up email sent on August 15th, these are key 7. You state just wanted to follow up for clarification from yesterday's meeting. I think Jenna Lindsay will be finding ways to assist Carl / give away the books that were leaded out the other day. Is that correct? Thank you.
That's what I said, yes.
And again, for clarification, you sent this to make sure that you were following the directive.
That is correct. That is correct.
Did Dr. McCown respond to you?
Yes, she did respond to me and to librarians that wrote an email.
And she confirmed.
She confirmed that, yes, that was what we decided.
Okay. At any time, would you believe that you could authorize the reset and full-up system district-wide?
That I had the authorization to do that. Like, once I heard it from Jack before that, I knew I couldn't, so I didn't even think about it.
All right, I want to move on to charge 5 concerning the August 25th, 2025 investigatory interview.
Okay.
Do you recall who was present during that meeting?
Yes, it was Dr. Serhan, she was to my left, very close to me, my left. Dr. McCallum was off to my left, and was at the table. Mr. Hoffman, who's our HR director, he was sitting over to my right across the table, and then to my right was Mr. Wetherall.
What was your understanding of the purpose of that meeting?
That my supervisors wanted to ask me questions about things.
What do you recall happening in that meeting?
Well, it was a repeat of many meetings that I've had like that before, where basically there was going to be things that people, someone, sometimes I really never knew, who was claiming that I did or said things. Dr. Summerheim, again, was sitting right to my left, and she just started asking me questions about things.
Do you believe you were combative during this meeting?
No,
Did you ask who had, quote, talked about you behind your back, end quote?
I did not.
Did you ask for the names of witnesses?
I may have. I was asking for context because the way the questions were being asked, they were very unclear and almost like I was trying to be caught saying something. So I was asking for clarity so I could give an honest answer.
Did you ask for the names of witnesses?
I may have, but again, I was trying to get context of what they were asking me. They wouldn't give me specifics. They finally give me one specific, and I'll wait. I don't know if that's going to be the question.
Go ahead.
So the one specific they asked me if I called food dog food in this teacher induction meeting. That was a specific thing, her specific thing.
And how did you respond?
So my response was, again, Dr. Sherman was sitting right to my left here at the table in Dr. McCown's office. And I did look at Dr. Sherman and I said, Rita, do you want me to resign?
Why did you say that?
Well, I've been through a lot of these things. I've been suspended again last year with no pay, no due process. Just always being questioned. I've been in 4.5-hour meetings, 5-hour meetings when I could be at school with staff and students, just being questioned about random things. So when I'm sitting there with someone who has 34 years of experience as a doctor in education, she's asking someone who has over 20 years of experience in education, and she's asking me if I taught something dog food. I just felt like, or dog food, I just felt like she wouldn't be a go. I honestly, if I would agree with that, I could see that being seen as rude, because I did stop. I just said, do you really want me to resign? It was an honest question, and I really would have respected her if she would have just said yes.
How did Dr. Sturheim respond?
She told me I was being difficult. So she said I was being difficult. Again, I know it was sad, and I didn't do it. I asked her again, I said, Rita, I just want to know if you want to resign.
Do you want you to resign?
Yes, forgive me. I said, do you want me to resign? So I did ask her twice. And again, I could see that I was being rude and I was going off the process they had. At the table, she put her head down the table, her bracelets flying in the glass top, and said, Steve, oh, why are you so difficult? I stopped asking that question.
Did you admit to making the comment about canned food or dog food? Canned meat?
I said canned meat, yes.
And that's what you were all saying.
Yes, I said canned meat about the holiday lunch, the turkey, which I found out was actually from a tube.
During this meeting, did you tell the superintendent that you will be employed by the district on November?
I did. And in the context of that conversation, there were a lot of questions being said, but the way I was saying it was, Dr. Summerheim has 34 years in education. I do not. I have a little over 20. So my reason for saying that was, I want to keep working. I have a lot more years in. Like I try my best to do the best I can, but I know I have a lot more time left. So the context was I knew her years of service compared to mine were a lot more. So yes, I didn't say that. That was the context of it.
Do you recall if that was in response to a particular question?
I believe it was. I honestly do not remember what that specific question was.
But it's your testimony that you were discussing the line of credit and service, respective line of credit and service.
Yes, nothing to be than just factual information that she has 34 years and I have about 22, 23, and so most people, I know Mrs. Oliver said she worked here for 40 years, so I think it's possible, I guess, but I was only talking about length of service.
Were you ever asked by Human Resources, who do you trust?
I was. Mr. Hoffman had asked me, who do I trust? And Mr. Weatherall had stopped me from really answering right away, and he said, this is a trap. And Mr. Hoffman said, come on, James, I'm not doing that. I just want to know who you trust. And I didn't have any, I could answer that question. And I think I had to tell Mr. Weatherall a couple times not to say anything. He was upset with what was going on, but I told him, no, I'm good, I can answer that. And I told him, I trust Jason and the people that I work with every day on a daily basis at somebody.
Did you ever say that you don't trust the superintendent?
I did not say that.
Did anyone at the meeting ask you about your current discipline?
So Mr. Hoffman, I worked with him at the high school before he was a human resource director. I considered him a friend. And he's always been someone that he likes relationships, and he had referenced about how can we reconcile things here. And he had asked, why do I feel maybe certain ways? So in my attempt to give him a clear picture as an HR director, and someone who was sitting there, I thought out of the kindness of his heart that we really need to bring things together and get together as a team. So I was explaining where my feelings were coming from with the trust piece specifically, because he had asked for that. So I did share some of those things, yes.
And did he ask any specific questions about your current discipline?
As I was speaking, he may have, because I've always thought Mr. Altman, he wants to figure something out, so he will ask questions. Being again, a few months ago, I don't remember every little thing, but I know that conversation did go on, and it wasn't stopped by my supervisors. They didn't stop me from sharing, because I thought we were having an open dialogue about that. Because again, I thought Mr. Altman was being sincere, trying to figure me out. And I saw as an HR director, I wanted to bring peace to us, to our organization, and so we all can work together. So I took that for what I thought it was, that he was trying to help in that way.
Do you believe that you were litigating your past discipline?
No.
Do you feel that you cooperated during this meeting?
Yes.
Why do you think so?
I showed up, I answered all the questions. Again, I did stop by asking if I should resign without a certain line, but I answered all the questions. I've been through it so many times, unfortunately, I knew what to expect, so I just went with it. And again, I feel like Jason, this weather told me to stop anything, but I told him, told me to tell. I feel like I told him a couple times, Jason, no, you don't have to say that. He was sticking up for him. But and I appreciate that, but I did what they asked. And I felt like definitely cooperated.
Now, on the question, do you want him to resign? Do you want to resign?
Do I?
Yeah.
I do not want to resign.
I'm going to move on to the September 11th, 2025 incident. And of course, we're not going to reference any student names
Correct.
or family names.
Sure. Sure.
Without referencing the student names, can you explain to us what happened on September 11th from your perspective?
Yes. On September 11th, I did receive a phone call. I received a few phone calls in my office, maybe a few minutes before 8 a.m. And that conversation and conversations that I was having.
Thank you.
Was it in regard to a young man, some of you, he had been taken out of his home with his great grandmother, who had raised him since he was 6 months old. And his great grandmother was very needy with health, you name it, everything. Her age played a factor in a lot of things. And our school had really come a lot into helping this family. While he's been with some of you, his biological parents both died. His great-grandfather, who he basically knew as his pops, died. And then his great-grandmother was left with him, and then began to share many limitations. I was on the phone that morning, from my recollection, and I don't know the names, forgive me, but someone with the fostering agency or children and youth, police liaison that deals with domestic disputes, and the children are involved, and then I was on the phone with the great-grandmother. The great-grandmother could not understand why everything was going on. She's screaming. Forgive me.
Take time.
So I was in that conversation, and it was hard to get her to a point to understand and be at peace with something. And I also wanted to know where the young man was so we could make sure that he got to school safely. And this young man, when he came to some of you as a kindergartner, you could tell he had to have interactions with other kids. And again, the kindergarten team, Mrs. Walkerman, Mrs. Garofalo, they did an awesome job trying to get him acclimated to school. We really took a heavy helping hand to this family once we heard everything. And it's been a long adventure with this young man and his family. But so I was dealing with that, and then about 8:02, I'm in the middle of all these conversations. Excuse me. And there was a radio call. And I know that I may not have had the radio on at the time at my desk, but I could hear the radios in the office. And I remember that Mrs. Cobalt kind of peeked into my door, and she referenced something about the radio. And it was Mrs. Waterman. And I got on the I wasn't sure if I got on there or not. I knew it was probably said. I wasn't sure if I said it or not. And in the heat of the moment and everything going on, I'm not going to say I didn't say it, and others have testified that I said it, so I'm okay that I said it. First thing that I would say is I can't push or pull. I say that, and then Mrs. Cobalt motioned that she go out and assess what was going on. So she did. She was out there within like 30 seconds of the call. And so I continued with my phone calls and dealing with that. I had my radio on now because I made that call. And I heard them make some calls to Mr. Lego, I believe, or Mr. McFarland. And within 2 minutes of the initial call, all the calls had stopped. So my assumption was that it was taken care of. People were out there that needed to be there. I could have continued on, but I was talking on the phone, and I did talk for a while with the individuals. And I was talking, I had my personal cell phone, my regular cell phone, landline, and I forget all of them, but I was probably using all of them, unfortunately, due to it was all calling me. And again, it was a timely man because we wanted to know if this young man was going to show up to school and how he was going to be. And again, he was socially really struggles with any kind of change, anything. So, Mrs. Coppola had come in and everything was great. I thumbs up. I don't remember exactly, but I was under the impression everything was taken care of. Where did you be at that time up there? Mr. Kevin come in and floated in and out. But my understanding was it was good. I did go out there about 15 to 17 minutes later. I was able to get everything done. Again, knowing that all the calls had stopped within 2 minutes and people were back in, I trusted that the staff was taking care of it. I said I could not push a pull. because the chair alone was close to 400 to 500 pounds. And the young man added to that.
You say the chair.
The wheelchair, I apologize, that the student was in. So there was going to be a heavy load. Due to being injured at work 3 different times, protecting or supporting teachers and other staff from being assaulted by students, I have been injured 3 times. The injuries impact the lower side of my left of my head all the way down to my fingertips on my left hand side. All from my shoulder, my arms. I have a doctor's note on file that I resubmitted on May 6, 2025 to Dr. Sternermeyer about that. It notes that I can be absent at times due to the nauseous feelings that I have and the pain that I have, and also with the medication that I take for the pain. So that's why I said quickly, for someone, again, who testified that I said it, they couldn't push and pull because of my injury and because of the weight of what it was. So I did go out there and I assessed some things that were going on. I did see that Mrs. Conn was over to a distance on the phone. And I asked her. There was a large group of people there. And the young man was safe. He was sitting in the regular chair on the van. They still couldn't figure out the hydraulic lift. And I said, Mrs. Conn called the mom. And that was something that was required to do. There was an incident with this child. So I said, yeah, I believe that's what she called it to a mom. So, okay. I did some transportation director there. So everyone was there that was able to take care of it. The young man was safe. So I know I needed to go out to the front to get ready for the young man to show up from school, because I was actually told he was driving at the time. So I went out there.
This is the first student.
This is the student that I was involved with on the phone calls. So I can go out there, and I saw Mrs. Sutler, who works out front, go off different duty spots in the morning, and I explained to Mrs. Sutler what was going on. And again, everyone in the building knew about the show me keep. Everyone helped me. And so she was aware. And then when I was over there, he came out of the car. The individual didn't stop, talk to us or anything, they just dropped him off.
So again, that's student.
Just number one that I was on time about. Just, he looked like, it didn't look good. And you could tell he was upset and everything of that nature. So we took care of him, did with him, and talked with him. And I talked to him with them at the curb, and they went in. So I then walked back. And when I was over there, asking about Mrs. Conn making the call, and seeing that they couldn't get the hydraulic lift all the way down to the ground, it was maybe like 2 inches to 3 inches from the ground. And obviously, they didn't want the wheelchair to go over that because it was still that gap. I had said to everyone, and everyone that was aware of the transportation director, we had arranged for this young man to go out the back door off of a piece of cement. Well, the cement's about the same size as the gap. So I said to everyone who was just standing there and not wanting to go, said, go get the wrenches, put that in the window right off. I said that when I was asked by Mrs. Conn on the call. So when I came back working with student number 1, got into the building, and Miss Davenport and someone did click them in, check her one. And I went back and looked, and I see that they were using the ramp. And I had bringing her to someone, it was Mrs. Lewis, our nurse, that said, please check on this student, make sure he's okay, whatever he needs. Let me know when that's done, and come to my office and we're going to call him on. So it all happened. I got the call that she had checked him out. Okay, that's me in my office, and myself and you called the mother of the young man who was the chicken. That the mother told me she knew nothing about it. I was the first one to call her. And then I shared to her what happened. What I knew had happened, I can see in real footage at that moment. And then we hung up, but I kind of felt like, and I knew the mother, she was our PTO president, that she was going to be coming to the school. It made sense, but so then at that time, I did make a call about the town, or I tried to call her, we might have been text message. And she said that she wasn't coming over, but she was sending over the business manager and a police officer, school district police officer. And And not to show any kind of video of anybody that may come.
I want to direct your attention to Exhibit 9. You recognize the images in Exhibit 9.
Yes.
And what are they?
What you'll see near that red dumpster is the van.
Hold on, before we go into describing them. Are these screenshots?
There's a video shot from security related footage of some of the elementary school, yeah, on the northeast side of the building.
And these are screenshots taken from September 11th, 2025.
Yes, ma'am.
And approximately 8:02, we see 2 adults running to the van. See that?
Yes, I see them in the van.
Can you identify who those 2 adults are?
I believe that is Kimberly Sutton, who was the PCA, personal care provider to the student, and then I believe the other one is second grade teacher Abby Waddle.
The next image down at 8:03, we see another adult has joined. Can you identify who that is?
Yes, I believe that is Armory Cobalt, secretary.
And that would have been after Harvey received the radio call from the SWAC.
Correct.
On page 2, at approximately 8:04, we see approximately 5 people. Is that about right? I know it's hard to tell. It's a screenshot of it.
Yeah, there are additional people if this is Cobalt.
And then at 8:04 and 50 seconds, we see even more people join.
Correct.
And on the next page, at 8:19,
Yes.
at the bottom of that image, we see an individual who I believe is you. Is that correct?
That is correct. That is me.
Okay. And is that approximately when you were, or exactly when you were walking out to the scene?
Yes.
And it looks like you're looking at your phone. See that?
Yes.
What are you doing? If you know.
I was looking at my phone, taking that picture, and I was walking to the day.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you know if you were still handling the issue with student 1?
Yes, that went on, yes, that was still going on, yes.
And if you look at the bottom image here at 8:25, is this approximately when you were recommending that they use the lifts?
Yeah, between 8:19 and 8:25, and these 2 pictures, that's when I recommended the lift, the ramps.
And then the last image here at 8:26.
Yes, that is me walking away, and that is the time I was let go, and so I walked around front, and that's where I saw the first student getting out of the car.
You would testify as to your injury, and you would also testify that the administration was aware that you had an injury. Do you know if other folks at the district were aware of your physical limitations when it came to pulling, pushing or pulling?
Other than my supervisors? Yes, I do believe others at that time in the district were aware of it.
Do you know if there was any concern about other staff getting insurance?
There were.
I'll direct your attention to Exhibit 10. You identify this document.
Yes, this is a screenshot of a text message between myself and Dr. McCown.
And what is this text message referring to? I'm sorry, let me ask this question first. Are the blue bubbles you?
Yes,
And the gray bubbles Dr. McCallum?
yes.
And what is Dr. McCallum asking in this message?
So her main thing says, for watching the video, I would be surprised if Stu, that's Mr. Lego, and Tom, or Mr. McFarland, didn't get hurt this morning. Can you make sure they both are seen by the nurse today if that hasn't already happened? I wrote, yeah. She said, thank you. I said, no problem.
Okay, did Dr. McCallum follow up concerning the visit from staff, or excuse me, the nurse checking on staff?
Yes, she did.
Okay,
Would you like me to read that?
sure.
She said, "Hi Steve, this is on September 11th, 2:21 p.m. Hi Steve, just checking in to see how you and the staff at Pappas are doing." I gave a thumbs up on that one. I said, "I know the London student did check in with the nurse. I know that Kimberly submitted a statement, and that is the PCA. And I said, Eric, and Erica have that. Thank you. And Eric is the business manager, and Erica is the director of special education. And then Dr. McCallum responded, perfect, thanks. And I gave it a thumbs up.
Were you asked to collect statements as part of this incident?
I believe we were asked to give the statements, including myself, to Dr. Holtzman. I don't believe I collected all of them. I may have shared with people that Dr. Holtzman wanted those statements. And I know when we have incidences and insurance may be involved and things like that, the district does request statements for everyone who's involved.
Did you prepare a statement after this incident?
I did.
Direct your attention to Exhibit 11. Do you recognize this document?
Yes.
And what is it?
This is my statement to Dr. Holtzman, Dr. Eric Holtzman I sent it on 9/12/25. The email.
Okay, so it said the next day.
Yes.
After the incident?
Yes.
And Mr. Holtzman had asked you for that statement?
Yes.
Why didn't you reference the first child in the statement?
It had nothing to do with this incident. And my understanding, the statements go, again, for insurance purposes and stuff, so I didn't feel it was right to include that.
And just again, on the record, although we've mentioned this before, the district has stipulated to allow Exhibit 12 to be reviewed for in-camera review. And along with that stipulation, the district has agreed that Mr. Pappas did follow the appropriate chain of command with relation to the September 11th incident.
That's already been, yes, already called, so already stipulating a second.
For clarification of the transcripts.
I understand the consistency, just looking at that, yep.
Thank you. All right, I'm gonna bring us to September 24th of 2025. Now, prior to September 24th, were you ever told by district administration that your behavior at the August 25th, 2025 interview that you were uncooperative?
No, ma'am.
Prior to September 24th of 2025, were you told that your behavior at August 2025 interview was combative?
No, ma'am.
Have you been told anything concerning your behavior from the August 25th, 2025 interview before you were put on leave on September 23rd, 2025?
I wasn't told anything about that meeting, period, nothing.
What about your statement, alleged statement, that you cannot push your poll on September 11th? Did anyone speak with you about that statement prior to you being put on leave on September 24th, 2025?
No, and again, on that day, September 24th, they did talk about it all.
Now, I want to ask you a few questions about Mrs. Khan. Did you have concerns about Mrs. Khan's performance?
Yes,
Did you express those concerns to Mrs. Khan?
some of them, yes.
And direct your attention to Exhibit T15. And there's two documents here. Do you recognize these documents?
Yes.
We'll start with the first one. What is this?
So this is an email that I sent to Mrs. Khan regarding some concerns that have been brought to my awareness from other individuals, teachers, or that I witnessed. Okay, then I'm gonna change my address today.
Oh. I know, I've heard of stadiums.
He's simply giving some background so that the board understands the context of his email.
And it's being offered for the truth of the matter, you should hear so. Second information.
But I think it's, I don't think,
I'm offering his background so that he understands it.
We don't have to ask that stuff. He doesn't need to discuss what they told him, under that concern if that's hearsay. He's not offering for the proof of that there were concerns.
All the charges are hearsay.
I'm gonna get the answer by that conversation.
Again, I was made aware, from teachers that are in the classroom, working with students and hearing about the students, getting what they're supposed to be getting. And I also have made personal observations that things were not going on and how they should be going on. So that's why I put this out, so.
Okay. In particular, were you concerned about the following IEPs?
That is correct.
What are IEPs?
It's an individual education plan. Our students traditionally would be called special education. They are a legal document that we as educators need to make sure they're followed. The teachers are supposed to know what they say. And again, with others seeing it, the teachers of that student knew what was needed and they weren't seeing it, they were concerned. And again, in my observations concerned, that's what I wanted to talk to her about.
So you had directly observed.
I did, yes.
And direct your attention to the second page of Exhibit 15. And this is an email sent on Monday, September 22nd.
That is correct.
And this is an email from you to Mrs. Hunt, right?
That is correct.
And what is it that you're saying here?
So the first part about it is about lesson plans to make sure that she was submitting them. She did reference to me in another email that she was submitting them in last year's folder, which I was fine with when she explained that. Because it had her name on it and I still had access to that. That was in a Google Drive. But again, I referenced that I did want to get to speak with her and we had never been able to meet. So I did remind her, please just make sure you're following IEP regarding where they are in the senior instruction. I said, thank Michael and Steve.
Did you ask to meet with Michael Leah or Ms. Khan?
Yeah, I did still want to meet with her, but it wasn't totally her fault. We just didn't find the time. We didn't have the time to meet.
Now, did you reach out to anybody else with perhaps some expertise on how to address the concerns of Ms. Khan?
I did.
And direct your attention to Exhibit 13. Let's go backwards here. Do you recognize this document?
I do. It's a text message between myself and Tammy Richards. And Mrs. Richards is the Assistant Director of Special Education in Waynesboro School District.
Okay. Now, for ease of the record, I will represent that the way the text messages are produced to this exhibit is not in order. The first page should actually be the second page of this document.
Are we supposed to flip the book or just not in order?
If the board is, I think it would make sense if you want to flip it in the book, it is clear on the record. But I did want to note, just as you're reviewing.
All right, well, let's flip one.
Thank you.
So, really what, while listening to the record, what's part of the speaker,
Correct.
we can handle it to the, right?
Yep. All right, Mr. Pappas, can you identify what this document is?
Yeah, so again, this is a text message between myself and Mrs. Richards. And again, I reached out to Mrs. Richards because I had shared concerns with my direct supervisor about Mrs. Khan, and I didn't get a solution. I got negative comments about Mrs. Khan and Dr. McCallum was the principal. So I said, okay, I'm not calling my direct supervisor now. I'm going to go to special ed director. Mrs. Khan is a special ed teacher. Mrs. Richards was actually a special ed teacher when I was the principal at the high school. So I trusted her expertise, even though I usually go to my direct supervisor for a teaching concern. The negative that I got wasn't a solution, so I wanted to get a solution to help this teacher.
When you say the negative that you got, what do you mean?
When I gone to Dr. McCall, my direct supervisor, about concerns about Mrs. Khan, she just said negative things about Mrs. Khan when she was a principal there at Summit Good. So that wasn't what I wanted. I didn't want to hear negative. I wanted a solution to help the teacher.
And you reached out to Ms. Richards, and you specifically asked if she had any time to speak about special ed concerning me. You see that?
Yes.
Are you looking for her advice on a disciplinary matter?
No.
Did Mrs. Richards get back to you?
She did.
Did you end up speaking with Mrs. Richards?
Yes, we met in my office.
How long did you meet?
I wouldn't say more than 30 minutes.
Do you recall when you met?
I'm looking at the text message because I do not remember the exact date. But the text message on September 17th said that she's on her way. I took her problem. And then I responded to her later that day. Hi, thanks again for meeting with me. She said, sure, Steve, happy to collaborate.
And did Mrs. Richards provide you with any feedback that felt like it productive?
She would, yes. And again, her being a former special education teacher, she gave me some clarity too about what my concerns were. So that helped. And, it was a very productive meeting.
And again, this was not intended to discipline Mrs.
Now, I just needed to know the proper way to address the concerns that were there. Again, I wanted someone who was looking for solutions to help me with a solution. And also, Mrs. Richards has that experience as a special education teacher. So I was glad that she was one of me.
Now, did you give Mrs. Khan a negative evaluation?
No,
Did you ever discipline Mrs. Khan?
no,
Did you get a chance to meet with Mrs. Khan about your concerns?
not all of them. I did meet with her quickly in her room on September 11th. It was a half day that day, so I was able to meet with her quickly. I had two concerns that day that were different than what I had that I wanted to address with her that I discussed with Mrs. Richards. I did address with her on September 11th 2 things that I felt kind of needed to be addressed because of the situation with the van. Mrs. Khan came to work 5 minutes late that day at 8:15. And then she did not follow the IP to call a parent when there was an incident with the child. I did not tell her that like in this program. I said, this means that. And you can't be late for work anymore, and you need to make sure to make that phone call. And again, my assumption from what I heard from the group and what I visually saw with her kissing on the phone was that she was doing that. She didn't have too much to say with that. It was just a quick conversation, but I wanted her to know that those things need to be corrected. I believe she asked me or told me that Erica and Tammy had talked to her or they had questions for her because Erica and Tammy, both the directors of special ed, Erica McDonald and Tammy Richards, they were at the band scene when they were putting down the ramps and that those two ladies were there. I just told her to tell the truth. Well, and that was that conversation in the room. And I did want to still meet with her. And it's my understanding that she did come to my office on September 24th. And my understanding was she was going to talk to me about my concern, which I want teachers to come. If they want to talk, I'm ready to talk, and we do different things. But I have no plans of going in a disciplined way, especially after talking with Mrs. Richards. We needed to just be on the same page. what was observed. So we never got to meet about those things in the email. But I do believe Mrs. Khan made the attempt at coming to me on the 24th, and that's when I was in the meeting in my office with Dr. Sternheim and Dr. Count.
How do you know that Mrs. Khan came to you on the 24th?
Mrs. Cole had mentioned it. I had asked for a couple minutes to read the letter that I was handed, and Dr. Sternheim and Dr. Count left my office, and they said they were going to the gym. And Mrs. Coble did, and I believe she testified, and I just kind of gave her a not now kind of sign. And I think my understanding is she told Mrs. Khan that I was meeting with them and I couldn't meet with her. And because when I left, I would have seen Mrs. Khan if she was out there waiting when she wasn't there.
Now, that September 24th letter,
Yes.
did you understand that you were directed not to discuss this incident, or you're just unprotected?
So when I read that letter, it did say not to discuss anything. Now, the letter itself didn't tell me what was going on at all. It just said I was on paid leave. It didn't give me any details, so I didn't have any details to discuss. I didn't know, and my boss didn't tell me why. I did ask her in my meeting.
Do you recall during that meeting being directed to refrain from any action that you perceived as retaliation, harassment, or interference in the investigation?
Nothing was really said to me. I did ask what was in the letter. I was told I could read it. So nothing specific, nothing was told to me. When I read that letter, I knew I read what the letter said.
And you understood they were being placed on tape administratively?
I didn't understand that by reading that letter.
When Dr. McCallum and Dr. Sternheim returned to your office after you read the letter,
Yes.
was there any discussion at that point?
No, I had my computer ready. I wrote down my password. I had my keys there. I had my badge there. I said everything's right here. And I think Dr. Sternheim said thank you. They took my items and they went out to the left. I think the way they came in. And I had my stuff ready, and I said, "Bottle harmony," and I left.
Now take you to September 27th, 2025. Are you familiar with the Red Run restaurant?
Oh, yes.
It's all right.
They're closed now, so they can't.
There's some enthusiasm, you're regular at Red Run restaurant.
Unfortunately, yes.
Were you at Red Run restaurant on September 27th?
Yes.
Who did you go with?
I went with Dahlia, that's my 14-year-old daughter.
And why?
She was hungry, wanted to eat something. It was later in the evening. I had already eaten. So she knows I like it, she likes it. So it looks good.
Would you consider yourself a regular at Red Run?
I think I said I'm a regular. I don't want to date that because it's cholesterol. But yes, I do get a discount sometimes, right?
What do you recall from, well, let me ask this, what time were you at Red Run restaurant?
I believe it was after 7 p.m. because I had already decided I didn't eat, but she ate. She was hungry. So it was after traditional dinner time, I would say.
Did your daughter order food?
Yeah, she did.
Did she order food?
No.
Because you were already eating.
Yeah.
What do you recall happening at the Red Run restaurant?
So we walked in. When you walk in, you're kind of right up in the line. You walk past the signage. So I went up to the line and I put it in her order and I was okay. And she went and sat down. Again, I was probably talking to somebody behind the counter. There's some former students there. And, and there's friendly people there. So we talked for a couple moments. Dahlia was sitting down. And then I walked over to Dahlia. And as I was walking to Dahlia, we sat at a two-top. And there was a family behind Dahlia. And I noticed that it was Mrs. Khan's family. And Mrs. Khan's daughter goes to Southern, very nice young lady. She had made reference to her mom, like, "Oh, look, Mr. Pappas." And for some reason, when people say my name, I can read this. I can wreak havoc, so I don't know why, but even then, high school principal that helped because you didn't talk about it across the cafeteria, I knew what they were saying. So, so I said hi to them. I said hi to them. And, sat down, and Mrs. Conner asked what I'm doing. I said, we're okay. And now I didn't know anything about my situation. And, I didn't want to really know at that time, it was fine. And then, Mrs. Conner asked, what's going on? I said, we're gonna what's going on, because I did. I had a letter that I believe, but no, nothing. So I kind of wanted to have the conversation stop because I didn't want my daughter asking me a million different questions. And Mrs. Conn's found her reader in the lead. Mrs. Conn came over to my table and she just said, I want you to know that Derek and I are praying for you. And I didn't take that as abnormal. Mrs. Conn sent me emails before asking for prayers for her family. My daughter Deborah had appendicitis in the hospital for a week, and I remember Mrs. Conn sending me emails saying what they're praying for. So nothing that normal. The only normal thing was Dallas and Dad, what's going on? And she thought I was sick. I could tell she was scared. She gets a little nervous with things. And sometimes maybe she's going out with it. But, I kind of had a gentleman handle that situation. So I didn't think anything of it. We got done there and we left, and that's that.
Did you speculate with Mrs. Conn as to the basis of your investigation?
No, I didn't know anything. I think the school thought it was something to do with the wheelchair incident. That's my guess, but I didn't know anything to speculate on. I knew that I was out, and that was it.
And you already testified that you hadn't told your daughter.
Correct.
Why not?
Well, my daughter and my son are both in the schools here. Alan was actually a student of mine my first year at Summerview. And again, I wanted them to be able to focus on what they do. They're involved with their sports, they're involved in their classrooms, working, and they seem to really like school. They like the teachers, they like Waynesboro, they like their friends, and I just didn't want anything to be done. I do think sometimes Dally more than Isaac worries about some things, and I just didn't feel the need to put that on my children. Kids have enough going on these days, I just didn't want that for them.
Were you uncomfortable that Mrs. Conn had brought this up in front of them?
Well, she didn't bring up anything of detail, but asking how you're doing, I think Dally was, I can tell. Why would she ask you how you work with her? You know what I mean? And then coming up and saying that she was praying, her and up there were praying for us. Yeah, it was just, it was just uncomfortable for me. But again, she knows now.
Now, are you aware that your daughter has come to the school board meeting to make a statement for what happened on the evening of September 27th?
I wasn't made aware of that evening afterward. Someone called me and said something like, holy cow, now they are so great, or something like that. I was actually the old high school I used to work with at Redmond that night. My son was with me. And at first I was like, what? And I wasn't happy. I didn't know what that would do to any of the process. I didn't know anything. And plus, I didn't want my kids involved with any of this. People text me, call me about that. I didn't call my wife. I thought the day when we got home. I just said, no, because and I think that night later I didn't know to do it because I thought it was a process that could have been ruined because I didn't know what she did or why she did it. I was made aware, and I would tell you that I was thankful that she spoke for me.
Did she ask permission of you beforehand?
No. She definitely would have been told for a lot of reasons. And she was the more compliant one than my family. But she, again, looking back, I am proud of her for doing that. She didn't have to do that. But yeah, she didn't ask me because she knows I would have said no.
And you did not ask her, correct?
No, I did not ask her. When I got home, she thought I was going to be really upset with her. But I did not have anything to do with that. But I am thankful now that she was willing to do that for her father.
I'm going to direct your attention now to the eighth charge concerning the MTSS monthly meetings.
Okay.
Did you attend monthly MTSS meetings?
Yes, in 2020, 24, 25, yes, I did attend them at Washington High School.
And what are these MTSS meetings?
Well, what they were we had a consultant basically from the Olympic unit, and she was there. She'd been on the trains with us. But it basically was to feel that our MTSS program was broken or not being done correctly. So the district had brought in Tanya, and forgive me, her name's sorry, but Tanya, who had, she was an expert in that process, and she had done that at other school districts and presented other school districts. So my understanding of those meetings was she was coming in here to get us all on the same path as schools, to make sure that we were following the MTS process to the best of our ability and being as consistent as we could versus schools. Because all the school elementary schools were represented, maybe even the middle school too.
Did you attend these meetings?
I did. I can't say that I attended all of them. I did think there might have been going on in the building or any other things, but I attended the majority of them, yes.
Yes, I attended the meetings.
Yes, and as she testified, she was at all of them, but she was there, and I sat with her most of the time when I was there.
Is that typically you sit with folks from your school?
Typically, it doesn't have to be that way, but with Mrs. Silo being the MTSS coordinator, I want to be with her, because she'll know more of the things that are being discussed, and maybe I would. So I want to sit next to someone that knows what they're doing, so we can all be, I can learn from them, and we can be all on the same page.
During any of these meetings, did you ever make fun of group assignments?
No, that has never been brought up to me till later on in this process. I saw all the letters.
Are you aware of group assignments during these MTSS meetings?
Yeah, sometimes we do break out things and like reorganize index cards or list what our strengths are in our building. So you can have like breakout sessions like that at times. A lot of times though, it was time to just presenting on the board. And we'd answer questions that she would have. She didn't really know our district. So she would want to know from us, what do we do in our district?
Did you participate in group assignments?
I did.
Did you make a comment about lack of leadership at the district during the meetings?
No. The leadership, again, the MTS process of leadership really is a thing that I may have made comments of our, like if we had, I can remember things like we'd have index cards on what's stronger or what isn't strong in our district or in our school. So I could have put that. And the reason I would have put that in that kind of card thing is if we're really trying to assess where our strengths are and where our weaknesses are, I would say that when it came to leadership with MTSS, we weren't strong, and that's why we had an outside consultant come in to teach us how to do it. So I could see myself in one of those activities listing not a strong leadership with MTSS, and those are my focus. Because if we had strength in the MTSS process, we wouldn't be bringing someone from the outside to tell us how to do it.
Did you ever insult the super or make any derogative statements concerning the superintendent during these MTSS meetings?
No.
Were you ever told that your statements were unprofessional during the MTSS meetings?
No.
Were you ever told that your statements were disrespectful in the MTSS meetings?
No.
All right. We're gonna move to some of your prior discipline.
Okay.
But before that, I want to start a little bit with your evaluation for the 24-25 year. Can I direct your attention to P18? If you flip through this document, I'm going to ask you a few questions about it.
I'm going to raise a preliminary objection to your authenticating the document since it's a computer screen we're looking at.
So I'm asking you to review it so I can do that.
Is this, wait, P8 was that one?
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna let it in just, I know what it is, no big audience, but but I'll let it explain what it is, and then, if anybody has a question, super, I can say, yes, that's a valid document. Oh,
Very good. Mr. Pappas, what is this document?
Yes, these screenshots that you see come from P87, which is our evaluation system that we use for administrators and the teachers. So you get all those documents in there, and there's also at the end of that, of this P18, you'll see screenshots of my Google Calendar, an email from the former assistant superintendent secretary with a calendar invite, and then another screenshot of a calendar invite for that same meeting stating that both myself and Dr. DeShawn, the former assistant superintendent, agreed to meet that day on June 9, 2025.
Are these photos that you took of your computer screen?
Yes, ma'am.
And is this the viewer evaluation?
Yes.
Let's start with page 1. You already testified to this at the evaluator's time to show. Who's that?
Dr. DeShawn was the assistant superintendent before Dr. McCall. I believe he was in the district maybe for 2.5 years.
And did he conduct your evaluation for the 24-25 year?
He did.
And what date did your evaluation close for the 24-25 year?
We met on June 9, 2025.
And that's referenced here. It says reading date June 9, 2025.
That is correct.
And direct your attention to page 2. On the left-hand side, there are 4 domains. Do you see that?
Yes.
What are they?
They're the 4 areas that basically are the majority of our points in our evaluation. And so you'll see them: strategic cultural leadership, systems leadership, leadership for learning and professional, and community leadership. The ratings there can be from a 0 to a 3 for each one of those.
And we see in that gray box, about in the middle of the page, the domain rating assignment 0 to 3, 0 meaning failing, 1 needs improvement, 2 proficient, and 3 distinguished.
That is correct.
And looking at your ratings under each of the domains, do you see that?
Yes.
What was your rating for strategic/cultural leadership as of June 9th?
A 2 out of 3.
And what does that mean in terms of the assignment of your appointment?
That would have been, if you can see where it says earned and max, that would be at a, that would be a 0.5, and then it adds all up at the end. So in my evaluation under observation practice, the highest you can get is a 3. So that's just a fraction of that. So those 4 add up to the final for the observation practice.
Strategic cultural leadership, you got a proficient overall score, correct?
Oh, I'm sorry, yes. And according to that gray box, I got a proficient 2, yes.
What about systems leadership?
Same, I got a proficient 2.
Leadership for learning?
Leadership for learning, a 2 proficient.
And then again, that's the June 9th. What was your score for professional and community leadership?
June 9th was a 2 proficient for professional community leadership. And Dr. DeShawn documented that at 10:07 a.m. on 6/9/2025, as you can see on the right-hand column.
Okay. Why is there a 0 there?
Dr. McCallum changed that in November of 2025, according to this document.
I'm going to direct your attention to the next page. And here we see total points earned 1.56 out of 3. Do you see that?
Yes.
Does that take into account the edited
Yes.
score?
Yes, due to the zero, that I remember 1.56.
In terms of your performance rating, what was your overall performance even with that 0?
So even with the zero, I was still marked proficient and satisfactory for that school year.
And we see here there's a signature from Todd Deschamps dated June 9, 2025. Did you see that?
Correct. Yes, that is Dr. Deschamps.
I'm going to direct your attention to the next page. And what is this?
So this is a screenshot from this winter stating who still has open accounts in PA10. As you can see, individuals that were still working in our district, Colleen Gildy, former HR director, and Dr. Todd Shaw, former assistant superintendent, their accounts were still open, so individuals could go into those accounts.
I'm going to direct your attention to the following page. So can you identify this?
This is a checklist, basically, of when my evaluations were completed by my supervisors.
I'll direct your attention to the next page. The top is of NTP observation 2024-25. What is this?
This is another PA-TEF document. Basically, our supervisors will use this to go through the year, beginning of the year, mid-year, end of the year, and they'll use that to track our progress on where we are with our goals, different things that we discuss when we have our one-on-one administrative meetings about our evaluations.
And when was your NTP observation opened?
So it opened at the very beginning of the year, July 1, 2024. And you can see that listed on top of that page, right underneath Dr. Deschamps' name.
And when did this rating period close?
Then that rating period would close on June 30th, 2025. We closed it out, Dr. Deschamps, for the meeting on June 9th, but the whole year goes from July 1 to June 30th, according to the evaluation that we saw earlier.
All right, I'll direct your attention to the next page. And there is an indication on here, authenticate waiting on supervisor, exclamation point, supervisor incomplete. What does that mean? No.
So what that means is the last day we got Dr. Deschamps was actually in our district, I believe it was June 10th. And I completed mine on June 10th. After we had been off for a little over an hour on June 9th, I cleaned it up and filled out, signed it or clicked your name on June 10th. My understanding is he was done, and that he just didn't complete that.
I'm direct your attention to the next page. And at the top third of the page, you see 2018-19 NTP observation, Rita Sterner-Heim. Was she responsible for evaluating you in the 2018-2019 year?
Yes, ma'am.
And then it indicates waiting on Rita Sterner-Heim. What does that mean?
She just never completed the revenue.
And we have a date here, February 6th of 2019. Is that a date that it should have been completed?
No, it's typically, again, right around the end of June, early July.
And then way above that, we see, again, a red exclamation point, 2020 to 2021. Again, Dr. Sternheim is evaluating, but at the status it says indirect by Steve Pappas.
That's when they moved me from the high school, and I was told, don't worry about it.
I direct your attention to the next page. And here we see PG 2024-25. What does that mean?
That means personal goal.
What is that?
As a goal that I had to write, that had to be approved by Dr. DeShawn that I would perform last school year.
And did you,
As well, sorry.
sorry, did you prepare that?
I did.
Direct your attention to the next page. And what does this show?
So this is basically what you do here, checking throughout the year, you'll see the end of the year and end of the year. And you can see that Dr. Shaw Martin is proficient, and now we go to completed that process on June 9, 2025, when we met in my office.
I direct your attention to the next page. See the contents of the observations 2024-25. And what is this?
So this is kind of the notes that build up to the end of the year evaluation. What the supervisors do is, at least Dr. Shaw directed me, I'll speak for myself only, to pick a goal in each domain or pick a category in each domain and to work on that domain throughout the year. And that's what I would be evaluating goal for each domain. So I did that and I selected them. And so what you see on this page is you'll see some stars next to something. That's the part of the domain that I focused on. And then you'll see like a green little capsule that's split, maybe 2/3 and 1/3. That 1/3 is my scoring for B, which I said proficient on all that, they were green. And then the ones behind that, the 2/3 part of that capsule, also marked green. And that's Dr. DeShawn saying that I got 2s in all of those domains. Even though on the end of the year sheet that was altered, it says 2220. Right here is the background information of why it said 2222 on June 9th when I met with Dr. DeShawn.
Okay. I'll return to the next page. And that evaluation is further evidence here, is that right?
So what this is just to kind of have a layout of what you just saw with the green capsules. The top, you see like a rectangle that says proficient. That's me highlighting that, and proficient is green. And then Dr. DeShawn, the supervisor rating, he marked that as green, and that's for domain 1.
Next page. The student establishes and implements expectations for students and staff.
Yes, ma'am, that is the same as what you saw with domain 1. I marked myself proficient, Dr. DeShawn marked me as proficient as well.
Director Section 3 says high expectations for all students.
Again, I marked myself proficient, and Dr. DeShawn said that as well.
And finally, there's 4. Maximizes professional responsibilities through family/caregiver involvement and community engagement.
Again, this is what was changed to a 0, but again, with the other domains in this type of layout, I marked myself proficient, and Dr. DeShawn marked me as proficient.
We would already testified to this, but the last 3 pages in this document reference the meeting in that institution. Is that right?
Yes, Dr. DeShawn and I met on June 9th. You'll see a screenshot of my calendar. Then you'll actually see the email that was sent by Mrs. Pence. That's Dr. DeShawn. Well, she's the assistant superintendent secretary still. But that's just me agreeing to that meeting. And then another piece of evidence that that meeting took place, and Dr. DeShawn checked yes that he would be there, and so did I.
The director's mentioned to exhibit P17.
Before we go on, just for clarification, correct, I know these are reading. I counted 18 pages in that particular grouping, and I was just gonna have work to go through this, just number each one. Also, 4 lays back is what we have specified to. Otherwise, we're down to that A, B, C.
It's fine. 1 through 18 is fine. Thank you.
17.
Yes, exhibit 17. Mr. Pappas, do you recognize this document?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is this?
This is a document that the superintendent's, I'll say the assistant superintendent, gives to administrators to complete for our own evaluation. They ask questions about walkthroughs, observations, incidents that occurred in the building when it comes to discipline, ISS, LSS, that was assigned. They also asked about what were the highest referrals and misconducts in the school, what grade level had the highest referrals, and then they also asked 3 significant achievements that I feel this is for me for this school year, 3 of the most significant challenges this year, and then some highlights they want to know about, highlights that fit under pillars of academics, careers, innovative learning, and whole child. So I completed all that for Dr. Shaw, and he had that for my meeting on June 9th.
So you had filled out the information such as your most significant achievements, correct?
That is correct for that school year.
Okay, as well as the challenges?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, we have heard some testimony last week on a reprimand in 2018. Do you recall receiving a reprimand concerning your contact with the United States Department of Education, Office of Civil Rights?
Yes.
Did you respond to that reprimand?
Yes.
And again, as we had mentioned earlier, the parties have stipulated to the entry of exhibits 21 and 22 for in-camera review by the board. So I will not have Mr. Pappas testify as to the documents themselves, but they will be provided to the board for review. I do believe I have permission though to have him answer the general question about the context of his response to the 2018 reprimand.
Sure, I can't guarantee what's off the table.
Sure. So, Mr. Pappas, if you could summarize your response to the reprimand in 2018.
Did I reference why this all started or no? With the Office of Civil Rights?
You may not use your names.
No, that's fine. This incident with OCR, we had heard before I was even ever in Waynesboro. And it was a very, very long process, years on years. So I was actually working with the first superintendent that I worked with, Dr. Sherry Diller with that. I also worked with Mr. Galtman on that. So we were working closely on that because Mr. Galtman was the solicitor at the time. So myself, Dr. Diller, and Mr. Galtman, I had email communications from Mr. Galtman, Dr. Diller. We were working on the OCR complaint. As a high school principal, it was my responsibility to do parts of that. And then Dr. Diller had retired and Dr. Todd Klein had come on to be the superintendent of schools. And with that, I had been, again, working with Dr. Diller and Mr. Ball and all that. I knew there were timelines to get that done. And I knew that if we didn't obey the federal government with that, we probably would be our district in trouble. So I was informing Dr. Klein of that all. Sadly, I was being ignored. I then went on to the Office of Civil Rights or the Department of Education website. I did not email them. They had an inquiry box on there. So I had put my information, my name in an email and asked if we could speak to someone about this. And how to get the process going. Because I didn't know what else to do. My superintendent, who I've been working with the superintendent about it, and a solicitor, and I believe at that time, Mr. Rollman was not hired by the district. Dr. Klein had hired Mr. Beard's firm. So I didn't know any of the solicitors in Mr. Beard's at that time. So I was going to my superintendent, who I was going to before with the OCR stuff. So Dr. Klein was not addressing the role with me. And again, I knew the problem that the district would have if we didn't follow through with that. So I did put something in their inquiry box on their website. They reached back out to me and to Dr. Klein. I found that Dr. Klein had told me through this letter of reprimand that he was contacted by them. So that all took place, and then Dr. Klein wanted to get things done with this. So I followed directions, I was in open communication with him through all that process. I did not agree with his letter of reprimanding, so I followed up with him with the rebuttal, giving evidence of emails that I had sent to him and the open communication that I was having with him about my feelings about his letter of reprimand.
Were you removed from the high school after this?
So this letter of reprimand came in March of 2018. We had some concerns that I brought to the attention of Dr. Sternheim the day after she was voted in by the school board and the assistant superintendent. I went to some of you with Mr. Jason Wetterall and told her about it. Then when they came on board, there were things that were still happening with this concern, and it dealt with a teacher and female students. I was told by Dr. Sternheim to stop and leave her alone. I didn't stop and leave her alone. In 2018, I sent them an email, and it was before this letter of reprimand came to me. And I basically said that, forgive me, but I don't want to. And I told them that again, I had voiced my concern before, but I wanted to give them more information about it. And it wasn't the concern about this one individual student. This was just another student who had things between them and this teacher. So I put out this email about that. At the direction of Officer Gordon, the school district police officer, I put a lot of emails to them dealing with this situation. Officer Gordon was also working with someone in the district attorney's office behind the scenes to get this situation taken care of. Because as a law enforcement agent, he knew it was serious and he knew it wasn't being acted on. But I continually told my supervisors about this, and they did not want to hear it. Then I got this first reprimand letter for, again, a situation that I was trying to protect the district from the federal government coming at us. And again, I knew the seriousness of it because I worked with Dr. Dill on it, and I knew Mr. Goldman was involved as well with that.
Why were you removed from high school?
I was removed from the high school the end of the 2021 school year. In that year, this concern that I just mentioned in 2018, things had continued. But that year, a little more had happened with the student and that teacher. And that young lady and her family were brave enough to report the situation that was going on. They reported it not only to the guidance counselor and myself, but they reported it to the Office of Civil Rights, and then a little later reported it to the Pennsylvania Department of Education. I had to participate in many interviews, hours long sometimes, with the Office of Civil Rights and Pennsylvania Department of Education. I had to turn over files of emails to those agencies as well that were going against Dr. Sternheim, Dr. Klein, and also the teacher. I was never given a reason why I was removed from high school. I know how the school was performing. I know I got a distinguished rating that year because of how we were performing in our building level schools. But I was never given a reason why I was removed from there. But I do know that I was participating in investigations that were against my supervisors. and then I was moved. I was also told by Dr. McCallum later on, she was 6 months ahead of time that I was leaving, and she was going there. They called me over to Dr. Klein's office by a secretary saying, get over to Dr. Klein's office to know what you're doing next year. He was out of nowhere. I sat down. Dr. Summerhine was to my left. Dr. Klein was in front of me. And then our HR consultant, Kathy McCool, who was also, I believe, being under investigation with those agencies, were sitting there. Dr. Klein told me I'd be doing this stuff again. I said, okay. They told me they weren't changing my salary. I knew my daughter was there. I didn't fight it. Later on, Dr. Swervine said she couldn't believe how kind I was about it, didn't argue about it. I followed the directions. I know it was testified that I don't have a growth mindset, I can't change. I left that high school, sad to leave, because so much good had going on there, not just because of me, but because of the staff, the faculty, the families. But I left some of you thinking, okay, I work for the district, not for the high school. I'm going to go. I'm going to do the best we can. So I do believe I can change and grow no matter what comes my way. And I'm thankful to God I went there. That faculty and staff opened arms, accepted me. When I first gave my introduction on June 3rd, they stood up and gave me a round of applause that I was coming out of school. They mean everything to me, the teachers and faculty at the high school city. High school folks, I know they didn't like me when I first showed up here in 2013. The things they said when I left, I bawled my eyes out, and it made it all worth it. Again, going to some of you, didn't have a reason for it. I thought it was because of I was interacting with jumps, civil rights, and PD, but they didn't say that. Nothing was in writing for any reason I was leaving. I accepted it and went to some of you and did the best that I can. I think you focus on kids and focus on taking care of the people around you. My job's going to be easy. And it had been because of the people that I work with and the families and the kids that I work with.
And Mr. Pappas, I want to take us to the suspension in August of 2024. If you recall, there was testimony in the first 2 days of hearing concerning 4 allegations. First being an email exchange, a series of emails between yourself and Eric McDonald. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Do you want to provide some context to that?
So it's been ongoing since I started at some of you. There was a need to make some of you elementary school home cap accessible. Specifically for one child at that time. But really for anybody. So that issue still hasn't been solved. And I was an advocate to make a change. And I know a lot of other teachers and community members were there, the advocates to make a change for that. So as that process went on over the years, we had to have a meeting one time with that family of the young man that was in a wheelchair. And we had a meeting, Mrs. McDonald, special director, I know was there. She had left, she had to leave to somewhere, and I answered a couple other questions for the mother that was there in the meeting. Then I was told on the way after that the mother had called Mrs. McDonald and said that I was very unprofessional.
Who told you that?
Mrs. McDonald. And that from now on, basically, I was not allowed to meet with that mother and that family unless Dr. Michelle, who was the assistant superintendent at that time, or Mrs. McDonald, the special director, was present.
Let's direct our attention to Exhibit 20. I'm going to ask you a few questions about documents in this. I will start at the last page.
Okay.
Do you recognize this?
Yes.
And what is it?
So this is an email exchange chain of emails between myself and the parent that I just referenced as a child in the wheelchair.
I'm going to direct your attention to the May 9th, 2023 email sent at 9:41 p.m. This is at the bottom third of the page. You see that?
Yes.
This is an email from you to the parent.
Yes.
Why would you email her?
Well, I was told by Mr. McDonald that I was unprofessional in the meeting that we had. So I felt the need to apologize to her because if she felt that way, as Mr. McDonald said she did, I wanted to apologize.
You wrote in this email, I wanted you to know that I am sorry and that was not my intent.
Correct.
And specifically, you wrote, Mr. McDonald told me that I was very unprofessional, trying to recently communicate to somebody crazy I was shocked.
That is correct.
Is that what you recall Mr. McDonald telling me?
That's what Mr. McDonald told me, yes.
And then we see later that evening at 10:02 p.m. an email to you. You see that? In the middle of the page?
Yes.
Now, I have an email redacted and name of the student and last name redacted here. But if you can summarize, what is it this parent is telling you?
She said, like I told, I'm going to just read it just like that. Mr. Pappas, like I told you the other day, I appreciate the conversation we had that day. It opened my eyes to a lot of things I wasn't aware of. And it showed me how passionate you are to make sure things are done right for not just, but all students and some of you. Please don't feel like you have a need to apologize. I appreciate everything you have done this far for. I know who is wrong in this situation, and it isn't you.
Now, I want to direct your attention to page 1. This is exhibit 20. What is this?
This is just we always wanted to address the needs of this young man. My first week at some of you, we had met with a big team to talk about the needs that he had. So for really day one, I've been trying, myself and others in the school, were trying to get needs met for this young man. So there's an email that I sent on October 18th, 2022, to the special ed directors, Tammy Richardson, and Eric McDonald. And I sent them with very specifics. Again, that was on October 18th, 2022. And these are needs with management, the things that this young man really needed and we need to take care of. Well, it was October 18th when I sent that. They never responded to me in any form. So then on November 30th, or a month after that, I followed up and I said, hi, Erica and Tammy, I'm following up on the email I sent to you 10/18/22. Can you let me know about it? Maybe I missed a reply, but I could not find it when I searched for it. It was about needs for the student dealing with stairs. Thank you, Steve. So it was over a month. They never replied. That just was ignored. And it was about a student, not about just something I wanted.
Was there ever a discussion about moving that student to a different class, moving the classroom, to a different level to accommodate the student?
So I was directed by Dr. Sperhine and also directed by the special ed director, Mrs. McDonald, that if the student was going to be in grade level, that they were on the bottom floor or the top floor, not the main floor, that I would have to have that grade level moved to the main floor. And we have done that every year. I've had to move grade levels to accommodate for that young man.
And this was a directive that came from Dr. Sperhine.
Dr. Sperhine and also Mrs. McDonald.
I direct your attention to page 2 of Exhibit 20. There's an email from you dated December 1st, 2022. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, and then you say after our conversation, I will direct teachers to move their classrooms to the 23-24. Does that mean the 23-24 year?
Yes.
Okay. And you sent this email to Dr. Sternheim as well as Erica.
That is correct.
And did Dr. Sternheim respond?
Yes, and also Mrs. Birchfield was on that as well.
This is good.
Yeah. But yes, Dr. Sternheim responded.
And what did you say in the response?
So it didn't really make sense to me because again, I was kind of following up after our conversation that we would be moving teachers to the proper level. And Dr. Sternheim's response was, although I am the assistant superintendent and eventually will be the superintendent, I would hope teachers would still feel comfortable coming to me for building needs. WASD has and will continue to honor the needs of learners. The timing of requests may not be ideal. Thanks. I didn't understand that because one, I didn't understand the first line about superintendent's assistant. But then she basically saying teachers can jump the chief and make it go right to her for needs and wants. Which again, I get accused of that all the time, but here's my superintendent saying that. So this whole email didn't even make sense. But she's also kind of saying yeah, I don't know what she's saying. But again, what I read in that is she literally hopes teachers will jump the chain of command. And she put that in writing.
I'm going to direct your attention to the next page. Page 3 of Exhibit 20. We have an email here dated December 2nd, 2022, again from Dr. Sternheim to SB Secretary to you directly.
Yes, and I have this email from Dr. Sternheim. It says following up.
And in this email, she writes, although our PTO supports our learners in so many ways, the purchase was chairless is not an appropriate PTO purchase. Do you see that?
Yes.
Was the PTO planning or contemplating purchasing a chair?
Yes.
Just using chairlift.
Yes, they were. The PTO does an awesome job at some of you. They always have since I've been there. Their focus is on the needs of the students and the staff there. They knew there was a need for this young man. They knew that there wasn't any action seeming to take place. They were trying to look into it and follow all the protocols, follow everything, but they wanted to do this for the child and some of you.
Have you been advocating on behalf of that child?
Since I started there. Every child I'll advocate for there.
I'm going to direct your attention to P19. Now again, on this August 2nd, 2024, 5-day suspension, you heard testimony about the parent survey, as well as the 23-24 evaluation. I want to start with the parent survey. Can you walk through what happened from your perspective with regards to the parent survey?
Yes, so for the 23-24 school year, I set up for 3rd grade, they all have the same math teacher. They all have the same science and social studies teacher, and they all have the same ELA teacher. I knew Fairview Elementary School did different things with different teachers like that, and then Flex, they seem to do a lot of different techniques, not just your traditional, everyone has the same classroom, self-contained. I knew Fairview Elementary was allowed to do a lot of those kind of things, still are. We did that year. Now, I had to submit a staffing sheet before that school year began. And I had to talk to my supervisor before the school year began and what I was doing. Never heard anything bad about that. No problems to do that. And again, it made sense to me because I worked with Fairview did some things I would do like that. So why would one be able to do it and not another one? So we had an academic committee meeting on May 14th, 2024, very close to the end of the school year.
And is that the agenda that we see at page 1 of Exhibit 19?
That is the agenda, yes.
Is it your handwriting on the agenda?
That is all my handwriting, yes.
And I see your handwriting here, it says survey to 3rd parents.
3rd grade parents, yes.
Is that reference to creating a parent survey?
That is.
Was this something that was talked about during the May 14, 2024 academic committee meeting?
They did not want to talk about it, but it did come up.
How did it come up?
Okay, so I did the survey, which I believe was basically one question. It might have been 2, but I think it was one question. And I just said, did you like having this set up for 3rd grade for your children? All but one person said yes. There was probably a discovery that did the survey. It was a quick survey. I didn't tell them why I was asking. I didn't tell them what I thought about it, what the school board thought about it. I didn't know any different. I didn't know what anyone thought about it. So I did that survey, it was a quick response back, and then I shared the results to the academic committee and to my supervisors. Just so they knew, we did this at our school, we did it all year, never heard any problems with it, and the survey came back that it was, again, all for one person was good with it. So I did share that with the academic committee, so they have that information, so I was hoping we could talk about that, the academic committee. It didn't seem like they wanted to talk about it, but one of the board members, she might have chaired that academic committee meeting. She wanted us to talk about it.
Did you intend to undermine the work of the district by sending this survey?
No, again, I didn't know at that time when I sent that survey that anyone had a problem with that. Again, my supervisor all year, I was doing it. My teacher knew them doing it. We had other academic committee meetings during the year. No one ever brought it to my attention. It seemed like when I brought it up and it struck a nerve with somebody that the parents liked it, and it seemed like one person on the academic committee didn't like it.
I'm going to direct your attention to pages 2, 3, and 4 of Exhibit 19. I believe this goes to the allegation, the August 2nd, 2024, 5-day suspension notice concerning the 23-24 evaluation.
Yes, I believe in this, correct.
Okay. And of course, in 2024, you were accused of using the comments section that you not set aside feelings associated with past experiences or fully support district decisions. Is this document the comment section that you had prepared in response to your evaluation?
So this is something from the tempo again. The board you've seen the earlier evaluation screenshots. So this is something that Dr. Stubborn did. She had put her reasons why I got certain scores on the overall evaluation. The way this is set up, it's set this way up for teachers as well. They can, as an employee, the teachers can put in their comments to how they feel about their evaluation or how they feel about the supervisor judged them in their comments. So that is, I use that right to be able to express my concerns or questions or feelings directly to my supervisor. I didn't do it in a meeting, I did it in the space that the district provided for me to do. And my understanding was, that's my supervisor seeing that. When teachers do that for me, I then have conversations with the teacher, good or bad, with what the comments are. Don't take it personally, that's part of the process. So I was talking the process for me as the employee, putting my thoughts and feelings down in the space again, and my supervisor provided me to do so. That's what I did.
And the third charge of August 2nd, 2024 concerned ongoing chain of command and concerns, and specifically relates to an incident involving the reporting of misconduct of another staff member. The state, you accepted at face value, your state therefore did not share this information with the school board member. While you explain your hesitation for reporting the incident, the matter should have been directed to your immediate supervisor in a timely manner. Can you explain what took place here?
Yes, I can. I was at Jersey Mike's, walking into Jersey Mike's and Chambersburg with my wife. Other staff members and community members were there as well. This is in Chambersburg, Pennsylvania. My wife asked me why the school district police car was parked in front of the liquor store on a Saturday night in Chambersburg. I said, I don't know, and I wish I didn't see that. So we went in, and people were there from the community and from what me was new staff, and I believe they saw as well. I was scared to death because I knew if I saw that and I said something, I didn't know what would come at me. I knew who that person was. I knew who they were connected with. I was scared to death. But I also have always been convicted. I have a big brother in my office, got conviction. And I know I needed to do the right thing. I held on to it for about 2 weeks. This is Colleen Gilly, the former HR director. She came to my office, we were talking about something totally different, I don't know what. And I said, Colleen, I got something on me that I don't know what to do with. And she said, what? And she didn't know what it was, because I talked to her a lot. But I told her that I saw an individual who was employed by the school district, the police department, walking out of a liquor store with containers of things. I was far away, I didn't know exactly what it was. I assumed I knew what it was based on shapes and stuff like that. On a Saturday night in Chambersburg, put that stuff in the vehicle and drove away.
In the district vehicle,
In a district police car, labeled WSD Police, coming out of the liquor store. So when I brought it up to the HR director, I wasn't telling her, I was asking her, what do I do with that information? She said, Steve, I will take care of that, don't worry about that anymore. I said, okay, thank you, because it was a lot of pressure on me. Again, knowing who that person was, knowing who they were connected with, but I knew it wasn't right. And I also knew if it was me, I would have fired and suspect. But I wasn't out to get anybody fired, but I didn't want to hold on to that. And again, I thought the HR director was the right person to just ask, what direction should I go? And again, she didn't give me direction to go. She said she was going to take care of that.
So is, from your perception, they're essentially finding fault with you going to human resources with this issue?
That's how I interpret it. And again, I didn't have anything else to do with it. After I said that, I was never asked for a statement, no investigation. She just said she would take care of it. And the next time I heard about it was when they were telling me they were suspending me for 5 days without pay.
And that was raised during that meeting? They said they were suspending you for 5 days without pay?
Yes.
There was also a statement provided during the last hearing related to students on the Sunnyview playground.
Correct.
Can you elaborate on that?
I can. So we have 2 playgrounds in Sunnyview. Typically, the older kids in the back, younger kids in the front. That doesn't always happen. Even this year, might not happen all the time. But our younger students, I believe, were outside, out front. And that playground is between the middle school and the elementary school. And when I memory serves me correctly, there was a lockdown situation at the middle school that day. I think a student was trying to fight a teacher in the cafeteria, if I'm not mistaken. When we have a lockdown, there's a procedure. We don't go out to swings. But we had heard, I don't know, through the radio or something, maybe somebody got a text from their child that the middle school was on, and we didn't know anything. So,
You mean elementary school?
our elementary school. My first priority as a Sunnyview principal is everyone in that building, kids first especially. I wanted to make sure that all the students in Sunnyview were off that playground in the building, because we had no idea what the lockdown was in the middle school, wasn't communicated to us. I really do believe we heard from a student, a parent who worked at Sunnyview. So we got everyone in, and then kids are coming out onto the playground. Older kids from the middle school on the playground. I'm outside making sure our kids get in, because of the lockdown, they're coming out to play on the playground. It made no sense to me. My main focus was Sunnyview Elementary School. I went in there, made sure everyone was okay. I got staff wondering what's going on. Because they hear schools in lockdown, 200 yards away from us, but they see some of their kids out on the playground equipment. None of it made sense. But again, my priority was to make sure all our building was safe and everyone was okay. I wasn't letting any of our kids outside because we didn't know what was going on. I eventually found out what happened because one of our teachers, I believe it was her husband, who was being challenged to a fight in the cafeteria, who was a teacher at the middle school. So I did look outside. I saw the middle school principal and my current supervisor, Dr. McCallum, she was the high school principal then, standing on the sidewalk just talking, and kids were playing on the swing set. So I don't see a need to go out there. I might have graded it or something. I don't remember. But my focus was my students, my staff, and some of you elementary school. That was my number one priority. And again, not knowing the whole picture at that moment, I would be better safe than sorry. And making sure, again, the individuals I'm responsible for that they're safe. So I didn't even remember really all that story until it was brought up. I think I got to stir and I didn't know what that had to do with my charges, but I know it was brought up. So thank you for letting me explain that.
During your tenure at Waynesboro, has your overall evaluation ever been lower than proficient?
No, I've always been proficient or distinguished in all my years here.
Earlier during testimony, some of our witnesses, you got emotional hearing some of what was being shared. Why?
I don't do what I do for attention. I feel I'm called to help people and I can help them in this capacity that I am as a principal. I don't like people knowing what I do with my resources. I don't like people knowing what I do for other people. To me, it's between me and God and those people I'm helping. So, I'm humbled that they're saying that about me. They don't need to be telling people those things. I don't do it for that reason. It's just there. And I also, it just means a lot that there are people willing to support me. From day one, I was told I was an outsider no longer. No matter how long I lived in Waynesboro, I was an outsider. The support that I've been given is extremely overwhelming and humbling me like crazy. So just hearing those things just made me a little emotional. I apologize for that.
Do you want to return to serving as principal of something elementary?
Absolutely.
Why?
Because I love it there. I love the people that I work with. I'm there for them. I think there are people that have influenced my life there, and I feel I've influenced others there. I miss everybody that's there, that works there, or goes to school there. I just enjoy the job. I mean, honestly, Dr. Klein and Dr. Sternheim gave me a big gift when they sent me there. And I am thankful for that. They may not have thought it was good, but it was meant for good, and I'm thankful for that. I'm just thankful that I get to do that. I mean, a lot of people don't always love their job. And again, to be able to impact people's lives, to help people, I mean, again, my life, growing up, people help me all the time. I can't believe that I'm able to say that and do more even now. As an adult, and I'm very thankful to be able to help others and enjoy what I do for a job.
I have no further questions at this time.
I didn't look at the clock recently. I know he's going to go. There was somebody wanting a short break before each other. There's no way for you to
Do we need to finish in 15 minutes?
I look at what she did. I like to break. You want to back? Of course you would. That's fine. I'm talking. I found out the whole thing.
Yes.
All right, so we're going back one round, you know, like, oh, it's a walking break, yeah, and once we have a break, I'm trying to work out something. With just, and you have to understand, Mr. Pappas has been going for a little bit. Mr. Goldman is going to be up for cross examination of Mr. Pappas. At the end of the day, it will take care of a reasonable amount of time to look at his notes and go through and ask his questions. And so what we generally don't like to do in these types of cases is start for a period of time and then realize that cross-examination would be go 45 minutes, an hour and a half. We don't know. You're here till like 12:30, 1 o'clock. So what we ended up doing out there was talking to the board. And I would say not everybody's 100% agree. Logistically, we are going to end tonight, but we're going to do certain stipulations. The other thing we look to is the hearing date on the 16th. And with all due respect for Mr. Pappas' counsel is trying to move up the date. I indicated that I would turn around and I'm going to reach out to one of the clients tomorrow to cancel a date on February 11th. So what we are looking to do is hold the hearing on February 11th. I'm not going to cancel the 16th just as, you know, say in case something bizarre would happen. But so we're going to end tonight before we do, we're going to go on the record certain stipulations, but we wanted to explain it to you because realistically, it's a big ask to go, and the board believes, may not unanimously, but it makes for a logical break in the process. Right? Mutually not happy in sides. Right? No. All right, and so there was another question that arose that I advised Mr. Pappas' attorney that we would address. You want me to raise the issue, or if you want to raise the issue, I'll go back and respond like I said I would. Shall recall.
So my concern is that certainly Mr. Pappas is presently under oath. And generally that means that I cannot communicate with him in the meantime. And I had asked specific permission to essentially have the administration or waive any concern when it comes to my communication with my client in advance of the next meeting.
And Mr. Goldman, after our discussion, indicated that he would not, or he'll have to answer on his own. And as I told you, more likely than not, I was going to grant that request to you, but I would want him to have the opportunity to weigh in.
We have your objection.
Okay. So you good.
Great, thank you.
All right. So for the public, that just means that Mr. Pappas is allowed to consult with his attorney without going through a legal roadblock that would basically preclude him from consulting with his attorney while we have this hiatus for February 11th. So, at this point in time, what is that? 5 o'clock. Are we good for 5?
Absolutely. Moving to the first.
Location will be here. I think we'll do here. I agree. All right, so February 11th, 5 o'clock, here. See you then. Your best favorite team coach with the Super Bowl. Whatever you want. All right, thank you very much.